In attendance this evening are Governing Board, myself, Dr. Joseph Komorowski, Mr. Steven Schwartz, Mrs. Jen Wiersma, Dr. Melinda Anderson, Mr. Emil Barham, Ms. Melissa Chai, Student Board Member, Secretary of the Board, Dr. Kimberly Velez, and the executive team. Before I go any further, I just want to acknowledge that each and every student in this district is precious to us, and 2 have passed away tragically. We don't like to announce that, but we want to honor them. One was Cale Anderson, a 10th grader at Temecula Valley High School. Another one, the parents want to keep this private, but it was an 8th grader at James Day Middle School. Both were young men. And again, it's a sad day, so with heavy heart, I ask that we have a moment of silence for them to honor them. Thank you so much, and just realize during this time, all prayers are appreciated with the families, and sometimes things could be very overwhelming, but yeah, I'm glad we acknowledge them, and sad day. Next, we're going to proceed with the Pledge of Allegiance, and on this, I've invited the club, over 300 clubs in Temecula. First come, first serve, to where any club can come up here and lead us in the pledge. So far, we've had 5 to 6 signups. I encourage all student clubs. We want to hear you. The first one to respond was the American Sign Language Club from Chaparral High School, and we're going to welcome up Peyton Perry. And I just wanted to let you know, I thought it would be a good idea for all of us to remain in silence while she signed, but they were like, no, 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 we want you to say it while they sign. So I'm just following their rules, but we're honoring them. So welcome up Peyton Perry. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Peyton. Items considering closed session for action in open session. E-1, I move to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding the following student expulsion matter. Number 290245, stipulated expulsion. Do I have a motion and a second?
So moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Linnea, would you please call roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Komorowski.
Yes. Motion adopted 5-0. Next, we have E-1B. I move to approve the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel regarding the following student expulsion matter. Number 141151, suspended expulsion. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mr. Barham. Linnea, would you mind?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Komorowski.
Yes. Motion adopted 5-0. Readout of action taken in closed session. Actions taken in closed session must be reported out to the public once closed session ends. Today's closed session began at 4 p.m. Board of Education took the following action in closed session. E3, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9, D22. It was moved by Member Schwartz and seconded by Member Wiersma to deny the claim for damages for AAA-DG dated December 4th, 2025. The vote was 5-0. Board approval. And that's it. There'll be no recognitions tonight, but we're going to have Melissa Chai, our student board member. introduce the student spotlight for us. Alyssa?
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. As your student board member, I have the honor of introducing tonight's Student Spotlight. Every month, we have the opportunity to highlight our amazing students from our schools who remind us why we do what we do. Just a friendly reminder, our spotlight speeches are limited to 3 minutes. From Chaparral, we have Genevieve Hua and Colby Creamer.
Make sure the mic's on.
Good evening, Superintendent Velez, board members, and cabinet members. My name is Genevieve Hua, Chaparral's ASB president.
And I'm Colby Creamer, ASB Vice President. Thank you for having us tonight. Here are some of the highlights from around our campus.
Before winter break, we were spreading some holiday cheer with holiday grams. Students were able to send holiday notes and singing messages to friends and staff, helping bring a festive and positive spirit to campus.
It was great to see the students participating and taking the opportunity to brighten someone else's day and have our show choir perform the singing grams.
We've also officially kicked off basketball season. To start off strong, we hosted a whiteout game with everyone dressed in white to support our team.
The energy was really great. They showed how much school spirit and pride our students bring to these athletic events.
We also had the opportunity to host and participate in our annual CHS Holiday Parade, representing Chaparral groups, inviting our students in our Bridge program to take photos with Santa, and spreading school spirit throughout our community.
In addition, ASB hosted a paint and sip type event for our special needs students to have a creative and fun way to connect with each other and their peers. It built excitement for the holidays.
We've also been working on planning our Pumas 101 event, helping new students feel welcomed, informed, and supported as they transition into our school.
It will be rewarding to see the students grow more confident and comfortable around our campus.
On February 11th, we'll be hosting our CHS Showcase, highlighting student programs, activities, and opportunities available at Chaparral.
It will be a great way to celebrate student involvement and show the many ways students can get connected around campus.
This month, we also rebranded our 5-Star Points program to better recognize and reward positive behavior, involvement, and school spirit across campus.
Looking ahead, our CHS Actors Troupe presents The Odd Couple this Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in the Chaparral Theater. You're in for a good laugh and a great show if you come watch this comical performance. Also, we're excited to be hosting our 4th annual Dancing with the Pumas this Friday. This event gives varsity athletes and varsity dancers the chance to perform together in competition. It will be a night full of energy and support. Come out and see me dance.
Thank you again for your time and your continued support of our students and school community.
Thank you to Officer Bowers as well for the continued support and protection on campus. Please enjoy this short video highlighting our recent events. We look forward to sharing more with you in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaparral. From Great Oak, we have Abby Huth, Amina Shams, and Cadence Lane.
Good evening and Happy New Year. We are so excited to be back on campus and doing all the things we love.
Before break, our dance program had a great time with the rest of the schools in the Valley performing Valley Fusion at TV. They were quite incredible, and we can't wait to see what they have in store the rest of the semester.
Along with that, Science Olympiad has had some competitions before break, and they are continuing to impress.
We are excited to share that we filled a full mall to see the amazing things that they're up to.
Great Oak was a busy campus over break, with girls wrestling winning 2 meets and our girls water polo currently undefeated.
Our head cross-country coach, Coach Strawn, was nominated cross-country coach for Riverside County. She puts in countless hours with our running teams and our physics students, and we are so proud of her. With that, before break, our girls cross country team got invited to Running Lane Cross Country Nationals. They finished 4th, and it really showed part of the pack.
Our campus was excited to earn the gold status for our AP Honor Roll, which is a first in school history. We are very excited and proud of all of our students.
The Red Wave is in full swing. As we speak, our students section is supporting our girls basketball at our Wild West game. On Thursday, we have our White Lies game starting at 5:30 and the boys playing at 7. We hope to see you all there.
With the new year comes new resolutions. If you are still looking for your motto, our slogan this year, Be the One, is a great start. As the Wolfpack moves into the new year, we will be focusing on how we can be the one.
Thank you for having us, and please enjoy our video.
Tell me she's going to UCS thing. Oh, nice. She's going to run cross country.
It's time to scream and shout. And everybody's playing 'cause school's out. Celebrating the special times we share. Happiness 'cause love is in the air. And all the love will show 'cause everybody knows it's Christmas time and all the kids will see the gifts under the tree. It's the best time of year for your family.
Thank you, Great Oak. From TV, we have Megan Hammond and Kenzie McMacken.
Good evening. We're so excited to be back and can't wait for a great semester. I'm Megan.
And I'm Kenzie. We kicked off the semester with our Dreams of Adventure Winter Parade. We did things a little differently this time, featuring some awesome floats that represented our amazing winter sports teams and other groups on campus. We honored our Grand Marshals, Mrs. Skumowitz, the TVUSD Counselor of the Year, and our JROTC staff, Master Sergeant Knight and Lieutenant Colonel Adam, who are always up for an adventure.
The indoor parade began with the Golden Valley Regiment, just like the Old Town Electric Light Parade. At the rally, we announced the 2026 prom theme, Time Flies. Being hosted at the Air and Space Museum, it would be a great theme for juniors and seniors to look back on time at TVHS.
Really quick, sorry, we're another minute. There you go. There you go, should work. That's my fault.
We also announced the winner of the hunt, our year-long competition where each class is hunting to be the greatest and most spirited class. The 9th graders were leading for most of the semester. They've been attending the most events and showing tons of spirit and participation. But the seniors pulled off a big victory with the highest percentage of students earning a 3.0 and excellent attendance. They earned some big points, a little surprising.
The senior class enjoyed some donuts on Friday for their win. During the parade, we also honored a few of our amazing clubs and programs. We gave a shout out to Mock Trial. Last year, they placed 3rd in Riverside County. They compete again on January 22nd, always expanding their understanding of the judicial system.
We also honored Cyber Patriots, a cybersecurity club who compete locally in the Inland Empire Mayor's Cup, in which they won first place a few years ago and nationally in the Cyber Patriot competition at the platinum level. I was also excited to walk out with SportsMed. These students give thousands of hours to our athletic programs with our amazing sports trainer, Miss Sarah. It's a great program that is the backbone of our athletic teams.
We're also really proud of our Science Olympia Club team, who compete in a variety of subjects stemming from biology to robotics. They've gone to state, and the program has allowed students to be part of a community with people who are hardworking. It really was an excellent start to the semester.
We've got some exciting things coming up. Next week is our Principal's Honor Roll celebrating the hundreds of students that earned a 4.0 or better. We have our Golden Buzzer talent show on January 30th. It's got judges, MCs, and tons of buzzer acts.
Last Thursday was our first gold game for the basketball season. Right now, boys and girls basketball take on MV at home for the Uno game. We're going wild, shooting twos, and throwing up our threes.
This Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, TV hosts our annual Battle for the Belt wrestling tournament with over 75 schools attending. A big thanks to our generous seniors for offering their spots in the lot to accommodate all the wrestlers, guests, and spectators. It's always huge. Thank you, and we'll see you next month.
Go Bears!
Thank you, TV. And now from our VHS, we have a video from students Gina Amonte and Sophia Angulo.
Thank you for having us here today for the January ASB Spotlight. My name is Nico.
And I'm Leilani. We are student leaders from Rancho Vista High School.
During the month of December, our campus was filled with school spirit and holiday cheer. We hosted a school-wide Secret Santa with special deliveries from Santa and the Grinch, a fine chippy activity, and an advisory gingerbread house competition.
Our Winter Spirit Week featured a daily 3D printed snowman scavenger hunt, themed dress-up days, holiday treats for everyone, and a Polar Express themed photo booth. During lunch, students enjoyed festive activities including ornament decorating, people wrapping, and the Saran Wrap ball game.
In December, for the first time ever, our child development class took home Real Care electronic babies for an entire weekend. We would like to give a special thank you to Great Oak for their support in making this experience possible.
So far in January, we have welcomed 37 new students for the third quarter through campus tours.
We have also continued our weekly High Five Friday weekend send-off to keep the school spirit strong.
That concludes our updates for today. Thank you for your time and continued support.
Soar with Style Eagles.
Now it's time to recognize the important school organizations that support our students and staff every day. From our Teachers Association, we have President Edgar Diaz.
Good evening, board, staff. Hope you're all having a great start to the new year. Again, my name is Edgar Diaz, President of Temecula Valley Educators Association. Every new year brings an opportunity to revisit and modify our outlook and behavior for ourselves and with others. For this coming year, I have a list of proposed New Year's resolutions for TVUSD. Take care of students. The last week has seen TVUSD eliminate positions that severely affect how staff can support students by eliminating licensed clinical social workers and shuttering the Home Instead Social Innovation Academy. Both programs support students' abilities to be successful in school and increase attendance when they are undergoing difficult circumstances affecting their own or parents' health. LCSWs work every day to keep students in school and address gaps in care where a student needs intervention to maintain a positive outlook on life. Just a short time ago, this board refused to raise revenue by billing for services that would have kept this program intact. HIA draws dozens of students outside of the district, raising enrollment and ADA by offering a program that stands out in the market of independent studies online programs. These decisions do not save money, they compromise student success and lose revenue. Collaborate with employees. Educators in the areas above identified paths to save money and streamline services, but the ability to share was negated by TVUSD by only holding an initial listening session with HIA and never following up. Educators had other options TVA was to offer at the December bargaining session, which was unilaterally canceled. The inability of TVUSD to even explore an early retirement incentive that would carry savings for years by replacing high-cost employee was an easy reach. Care for our organization. We are an organization of humans. We all will have times of great energy and success and other times of trials and tribulations. When an employee is out on medical leave, our district should interpret education code to allow the person to heal and recover so they can return to their job and have success. Currently, our district implements a month-to-month leave that is inclusive of holidays, and weeks where we do not work are deducted in that medical leave. The time of giving turns into the time of squeezing every ounce an employee needs to hold on to employment and medical insurance. For many of our single earner families, this creates an additional stress that with recovering from a life-threatening situation does not need to be exacerbated. This can change now. Plan ahead. Every year, the state generates a cost of living increase. Employees account for a large percentage of that budget. Is it too much to plan for the percentage to be passed on to employees? Why is the first instinct to swallow it up and divert it to your priorities? You can proclaim that we have high professionals that enable our students to perform at the highest level of the county, but then to turn around and pass on an empty tin can is negligent. We used to settle in the spring of the previous year, and for the second year in a row, we are now heading past January. Thanks.
Thank you. And from our PTA, we have Stephanie McCauley.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight about the impact of parent-teacher associations and family engagement in our schools. Across California, meaningful family engagement is so closely linked to positive student outcomes that the California Department of Education includes family engagement as a required priority in every district's local control and accountability plan, recognizing its role in improving attendance, academics, social-emotional development, and graduation rates. Research shows that when parents are actively involved, students benefit academically and behaviorally. National data indicate that students with engaged parents are 25 to 30% more likely to earn higher grades and excel academically, and they graduate at significantly higher rates. In fact, research comparing schools with and without PTAs show that students in schools with active PTAs score approximately 2 to 5% higher on math assessments than students in similar schools without PTAs. These gains are considered small but meaningful and are strongest in schools with sustained active family engagement. Other powerful indicators include students whose parents are involved have a 34% higher graduation rate than their peers without such engagement. Parental engagement is also associated with reductions in disciplinary incidents and increased attendance, both key predictors of long-term success. These kinds of family-school partnerships, like the ones our PTAs foster here in Temecula Valley, don't just support classrooms. They help create the conditions where every child can thrive. From supporting literacy nights to organizing enrichment programs and strengthening communication between families and educators, PTAs turn engagement into measurable benefits for our students. Thank you for your leadership and your continued support of the PTAs that make a meaningful difference in Temecula Valley schools.
Thank you. And we have 2 student comments.
First up is Diego, followed by Hudson.
Hello? Okay. Good evening, members of the school board and administrators. My name is Diego Chaidez, and I'm a senior at Chaparral High School. I'm here tonight to speak about a problem that has been ignored for far too long, the lack of urinal dividers in our school bathrooms. This is not a minor inconvenience. It is a daily systematic issue that affects student punctuality, comfort, and dignity. Because there are no dividers, many students refuse to use the urinals altogether. Instead, they wait for stalls. This creates long lines, especially during short passing periods. Students are then forced to choose between being late to class or skipping the bathroom entirely. Neither of those outcomes should be acceptable in a school that claims to prioritize student success. This issue exists not because there is no solution, but because it has simply not been treated as a priority. What makes this especially frustrating is the way school funds have been allocated. Our school recently spent a significant amount of money on a brand new gym, a project that likely costs hundreds of thousands, if not more. Yet somehow, there has been no funding available for something as basic and practical as a bathroom privacy. Urinal dividers are not a luxury. They are a standard feature in most public restrooms. They are relatively inexpensive, require minimal installation, and would immediately improve the daily experience of hundreds of students. So the question isn't whether this can be done. The question is why it hasn't been done already. As a senior, I've watched this issue persist year after year. Students talk about it, complain about it, and adjust their behavior around it, while nothing changes. At some point, ignoring a problem becomes a choice. I'm asking this board to explain why student privacy and efficiency have been repeatedly overlooked, and to seriously reconsider how how priorities are being set when large-scale projects are approved but basic necessities are left unaddressed. This is about respect. This is about time in the classroom. And this is about listening to students when they speak up about real problems. Thank you.
Thank you, Diego.
Next up is Hudson.
Good evening. My name is Hudson Macaro. I'm a junior at Great Oak High School, and I currently serve as one of 3 junior class presidents. My comments this evening are my own. I would like to provide feedback on recent remarks made by newly elected President Komrosky, specifically the recent comments regarding his responsibilities as a member of the school board. My ancestors have been in this valley for thousands of years. As one of the only indigenous elected student representatives in the district, I bring a perspective and understanding of how the diversity of our shared community and the student body of TVUSD is a benefit to all of us. Representation of this diverse student body makes all of us stronger. I did some research on what the responsibilities of a school board president are in the state of California. I won't read them all, but one seems especially relevant at this time: providing community leadership as advocates for children, the school district, and public schools. I would hope for anyone who wants the position as school board president to have a vision that includes advocating for, representing, and supporting our students. Why else would you want this job? Students have thoughts from the lunch menu to the political state of the world. All of our voices and opinions are towards making campuses in our district a better place. I'd imagine yours are the same. So as a student who is affected by decisions made here by this board, it is vital that you maintain focus on the best interests of the student body of our district. I also urge the president of the board to recognize his role and responsibility in representing the students first as the highest priority. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Hudson. Okay, now we're off to organizational meeting, election of the board clerk. Do I have a motion to elect a governing board clerk for a 12-month period commencing January 13th, 2026?
I have a motion.
We do have one comment, so we'll allow that first.
Greg Langworthy.
So I guess I'll have to see if my comment's going to be relevant. So, Mr. Schwartz, are you willing to put your name up for clerk of the board?
You're not allowed to communicate with the board, Mr.
Okay.
Langworthy.
Okay,
Yeah.
so, sorry about that.
You can speak to us, but we can't have dialogue.
Right. Well, I'll see if it's relevant then. So I would recommend Board Member Schwartz for this position. And the reason I would recommend him for this position is I think he's got those interpersonal skills which really have helped the board. I think he's shown his ability to talk to anyone of a variety of points of view with civility. I think he's been a good example of that on the board. And as I don't always share all the opinions that Steve has, but I certainly share his congeniality and his ability to talk and to converse and to keep dialogue going and to keep order on the board. So for those reasons, that's who I would recommend. So thank you.
Thank you. We have to go back to student comments. We missed one.
Callahan.
Jack, welcome.
Hi there, sorry about that. My comment got pushed for some reason. It's fine though. My name is Jack Callahan. I'm a junior at Chaparral. You probably know me by now. I've come and spoke at the past few meetings critiquing this board and its behavior. I was really hoping that that would change within the few meetings, which was a bit hopeful, but unfortunately it hasn't. The last meeting, unfortunately, was quite disgraceful towards the students. This board, unfortunately, I don't mean any disrespect in saying this, but it is the objective truth. Every single member of this board acted like a child. It is baffling to me that the most respectful person at the last meeting was the student representative, Melissa Chai. With that being said, I don't come up here to disrespect any of you. I actually come up here with hope for the new year. I hope that as a group of highly accomplished individuals in your own field, you are able to find resolution and come together as an actual efficient board and put the priorities of the students at the forefront. I've said this a few times now, but it has to be said. The students do care what happens with their education, and unfortunately, Dr. Komorowski, I'm pretty sure it was taken out of context, but your statements at the last meeting did violate board policy or bylaw 9200, which does talk about the board directly representing the students. So that did feel a little bit disrespectful to us, but I do understand if that was worded incorrectly. One of my biggest aspects that I will be focusing on today is the lack of a drug intervention and prevention program on the schedule. That is something that is highly important to me. I have friends who have issues with substance abuse and everything like that, and it makes no sense to me why we're putting this off, especially seeming as how, based off of federal law, DFSCA Act of 1989, we will be losing any sort of funding that the district receives because of our lack of a program in place district-wide. And we're also violating board policy as well for having a program like this in place. I ask that you put this at a priority. It makes no sense that we're risking students and we're putting our own district in damage for what I can see as no reason. There are ways to go about this. I mean, I'm a student, I'm a 17-year-old student, and I've been working directly with Mrs. Deus to formulate a survey for you guys to have input from the students in what we'd like to see in a survey or in a program like this. But as of right now, it doesn't even seem like the district is really working on this at all. And the repeated attempts to deny the students this program by the board in the past has kind of been disheartening. I hope to the forefront again. Thank you for your time.
Thanks, Jack. Okay, I'm back to asking for a motion and a second for the election of board clerk. Do I have a motion and a second?
I have a motion for.
We have Mr. Barham.
I would like to nominate Mr. Schwartz to be the clerk of the board. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mr. Schwartz, second it. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Nope.
Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Can I have a point of personal privilege before we vote?
No, let's vote.
I'm not going to vote. I'm not ready to vote. I'll just sit here.
You're in, with all due
I need
respect,
5
Dr.
minutes.
Anderson.
I need a 5-minute point of personal privilege.
You
please.
can, yeah.
Thank you.
Lene, would you please call roll?
Wiersma? No. Anderson's absent. Barham?
Yes.
Schwartz?
Yes.
Komorowski?
No, motion not adopted. Well, I think we're in an uncomfortable position where I'm going to have to honor the board taking a recess because we don't have a full board, and last meeting we could not vote in board clerk. So I'm going to put us into a 5-minute recess. At the 5-minute, when it counts down, I'll put us back into session. I won't go ask board members to return to their seats. Just please be here in 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, I'm going to call us back to order. And we are back to the election of board clerk. Do we have a motion and a second for election of board clerk?
Can I make another motion, sir?
Sure.
I would like to nominate Mr. Schwartz again.
No.
No?
We've already voted on that. Sorry. We're gonna entertain other motions. If it happens to circle back around, fine, but we've already decided on that.
We did?
Yes, we did.
All right.
Okay, so if we're looking at discussion,
No, we're looking at nominations.
Motion and a second, and then discussion.
okay?
Would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to discuss.
I'll second.
To discuss what?
We have to have a motion in a second. Okay, so we can do a pre-motion discussion before there's a motion made.
Or do we want to
can-
go ahead and do the vote first? I'm sorry,
I would
the time
personally
just
love it
confused me.
If we
Okay,
could just make a motion in a second.
let's make it streamlined then.
Do we have a motion in a second? For clerk? For board clerk. Otherwise, there's no discussion.
Yeah.
No,
We have to have a motion.
okay. Can I move to discuss who should be the next clerk?
No.
I can.
Can you please make a motion, Dr. Anderson?
Okay.
I'll tell you what,
I
we
can't
can push
discuss
this.
until it's motioned and,
We can discuss this item, but it seems pointless to discuss it unless there's a motion and a second.
Why are we discussing?
Because inevitably, somebody's going to want somebody else to be board clerk. And we're going to eventually get down that hole. I'll tell you what, I can motion to the board to push this to the end of the agenda so that we can figure out who wants to make a motion.
Yeah, no, I want to keep going. Let's go.
So, 'cause that way we don't waste time on board business.
Let's continue. Come on.
I'm going to second your motion, Mr. Komrosky.
All right, so we're going to bracket off the election. Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the table to push it to the agenda. Let's vote on that first, then we'll come back to this. Lene, would you mind calling roll? This is a motion, to be clear, to push this to the end of the meeting. But now we had somebody weigh in and saying they want to make a motion, so let's vote on this, kill it, and then we'll go back to this request for a motion.
Wiersma?
No.
Anderson?
no.
Barham?
No.
Schwartz?
I need 5 minutes to think about it. No.
Komrosky?
No, motion adopted. Okay, now do we have a motion and a second? That failed. So here we are, back to the election of the board clerk.
Who's making the motion?
This is a deep decision. Thank you for your patience. Tell you what, with flexibility, I'm going to allow 2 minutes per board member if you want to weigh in. I'm going to pass my time. I don't want to speak to this until there's a motion. Does anybody else want to morally deliberate on the floor before we have a motion in a second?
Well, I just took a minute and I called my dad. And I think that I should go along with his recommendation, which is to work with Joseph and Jen, but he thinks that I should be board clerk and Jen should be assistant clerk. So, but the second thing he said, it would be better if I didn't motion for myself. So I would be looking for another board member, if people want me to be clerk, to motion for me. And then they can expect that I'll be motioning for Mrs. Wiersma to be assistant clerk. So that's why I think the two of us have to decide.
Thank you,
Okay,
Dr. Anderson. Mrs. Wiersma.
So here's how I'm going to weigh in. I know that Dr. Anderson will be here for the next 3 years, and I do agree that if she works with Dr. Komrosky, she can glean a lot of information and knowledge. I think if she's willing and wanting to do that, I would like to go ahead and get behind that. What I'm not behind is the quote that we heard last month, which is, "I'm not going to be anyone's mate. If I'm not captain, I don't want to be on this crew." And that was Mr. Schwartz. So the way I look at that is that was speech from the heart. I understand there are points of being emotional, but I think the better decision, in my opinion, is I would like to see Dr. Anderson learn with Dr. Komrosky and see the two of them work together. So that's where I'm at, and I would like to make the motion for her to be clerk.
I'll second it. So we have a motion and a second. Any other post-motion discussion? Each board member has 2 minutes? No. Lene, would you mind calling roll, please?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
No.
Schwartz,
No.
Komrosky.
Yes. Motion adopted, 3-2. We have a new board clerk, Dr. Anderson. On to the next item, election of board vice clerk. Do I have a motion and a second in electing governing board vice clerk for the 12-month period commencing January 13, 2026?
I move to nominate Jen Wiersma for board vice clerk.
I will second it. Do we have any discussion?
So, yeah, I.
Okay, I'll yield the floor to Mr. Barham.
So I think the only responsibility in terms of the vice clerk right now is attending the board advisory committee. I don't think Mrs. Wiersma is a big fan of the board advisory committee. So that would be the only discussion point that I would have. I mean, you've spoken against it pretty much from the beginning. I spearheaded it along with Dr. Woods, and I kind of think I should be the vice clerk because that was one of my passions for this last year. And I just think that I would be more of an amenable person, given the personalities on that board advisory committee, to getting things done. So that's my take.
Thank you, Mr. Barham. Ms. Wiersma?
My response to that is within the formation of the committee, I did have my druthers. This is true. What I've watched in the process is people like Jack Guerrero, whom Dr. Komrosky nominated, and Jeanette Chun, whom I nominated, come together with that group and really have a lot of great things to say. And I've been very interested to hear where they're going with their decisions. We have very important topics to discuss in the future, like the bonds. Jack's a mastermind, and I think as a result of having some people that we trust on that committee, it's changed a little bit of my thoughts, and I would like to join them to hear the group in its entirety. So I've evolved on this, and I do think I would be a great candidate to be a liaison, to report back to the board, and to encourage the group in its entirety.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. Any other
Yes,
comments?
I have a
Mr.
comment.
Schwartz.
Considering the fact that Mrs. Wiersma was our school district representative last year, and she couldn't even make the one meeting that she was supposed to attend, and considering the fact that she went to coast, and we still haven't heard the report of what happened, I think it would be a terrible idea for her to be the vice clerk and attend those meetings.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Any other comments?
So I'd like to respond to that briefly.
Hold on. We didn't recognize Dr. Anderson. Let's go full circle. Do you have a comment? Or do you want to yield your time? And now we're on the second round. Okay. You got 2 minutes. Thank you.
So I'd like to briefly respond to that. I find it a little disingenuous that that is something Mr. Schwartz would mention, as I did cover in the last meeting, the reason why I was unable to make it due to extenuating circumstances, but I did do my homework and talked with 3 to 4 fellow trustees and 2 county board members to find out exactly what was missing. And what was missing is many other people just like me who couldn't get there because of work. So the recommendation is to push the meeting later. So whoever's the representative, that's going to be my best advice. So at this point, in terms of the Washington, D.C. trip, that was taken off tonight. I think I would have had some good insight there. I will discuss that in my board comments, and if you care to visit my Instagram page, you will see a summary of exactly what we did there, and CSBA always advises that we support one another in professional development.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma. Any other discussion?
I'll come another time around, if that's okay.
Okay, yeah, Mr. Barham, you have
Okay,
the floor.
Thank you. I know Jack Guerrero. We actually met at Dr. Anderson's house one day regarding the bond. I'm a financial person, and I understand the bond process very well, and I think he realizes that. And I think that, again, I'm going to say I think I would be the more amenable choice to work with everybody on that committee. But in addition to that, working with Mr. Guerrero, with my expertise, to bring that bond to fruition, which is really what our students need so that we can invest in our communities and make Temecula schools the best that they can be. So, you know, I'm looking to be the person, because I believe that based on the issues that that advisory committee is dealing with, that based upon my background, that I would be the best person to serve in that position.
Thank you, Mr. Barham. We have Dr. Anderson, Mr. Schwartz, and myself remaining. Anybody else want to finish up 2 minutes, or are we going to take it to vote? Dr. Anderson.
Call the question.
Yeah. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Point of order.
Yeah.
If you call the question, you need a 2/3 majority of the board.
I
To call the
agree.
question, let's take a vote on calling the question, please.
Never mind, people take your 2 minutes if you want it.
You're correct, Mr. Schwartz, and I was going to
Thank you.
say, let's call roll. We already have a motion and a second. We can't entertain a motion and a second until we finish this one out. Okay, thank you.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
No.
Schwartz,
No.
Komrosky.
Yes. Motion adopted, 3-2. We have an election of the new board vice clerk, which is Ms. Wiersma. 3, appointment. 3, appointment of the district superintendent to serve as secretary to the board. I call for a motion and a second to select Dr. Kimberly Velez, district superintendent, as the secretary to the board. Do I have a motion and a second? I motion.
Second and consensus, please.
Wow, that was a hair splitter. I don't know who seconded it. We'll just go with Mr. Schwartz.
Consensus, please. I don't think we need discussion on this issue. I'm sorry, I don't think we need discussion on this issue.
Okay, so we might have discussion from each and every person.
Okay.
But
Go
Mr.
ahead.
Schwartz, do you want to finish out your 2 minutes?
No, I don't have anything to say.
Mrs. Wiersma?
The only point I would like to say right now is to thank Dr. Velez for making a point to connect with each one of us before this board meeting to answer questions. That's actually new, and I think it's much appreciated by all of us, and she's going to knock it out of the park. So thank you in advance for already doing some things differently. Well done.
The reason this board is proceeding more smooth than last time? Smoother? Yeah. Any other discussion, or are we going to take this? Okay, Lene, would you mind calling a roll? We have a motion and a second.
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Emphatically, yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, congratulations, Dr. Velez, again. Motion adopted 5-0. 4, selection of the school district organization SDO representative. I call for a motion and a second to bring to the floor for discussion and vote to elect a governing board representative to the 2026 annual county committee on school district organization meeting. And to be clear, I think this is one meeting for the year.
I would like to make a motion.
Yes, we have Dr. Anderson.
Would you like me to motion the person that I want?
Sure.
Okay. I move to nominate Steve Schwartz to be the SDO representative.
Do we have a second? I'll second it. We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion?
Of course. Yes.
Mr. Schwartz?
What?
Oh, do you want to go?
Oh, no, yes, I would do it, absolutely.
Okay. Any other discussion? Okay, Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Mr. Schwartz, new SDO rep. Governing Board's meeting schedule for 2026. I move to select a schedule for regular in-person board meetings and for the December 2026 annual organizational meeting. And please have patience with us because this is going to require a little deliberation. We have two options here. And yeah, Dr. Velez.
Can I ask a
We
question?
have Dr. Velez first, and then
Okay.
I'll give you the floor.
So thank you, Dr. Komorowski. I just would like to note very quickly before the board has the discussion that on the March dates, the preference of the district actually would be March 10th due to our second interim report and the due date for that. So as you're deliberating and as you're talking about those dates, please keep in mind that that would be extremely the preference of the district to have that March date on March 10th.
Thank you, Dr. Velez. Dr. Anderson?
Do we have to adopt one or the other? Because, okay.
We can be flexible. We can go with the spirit of one and then adjust dates according. I mean, yeah, is there a template that you prefer? And on this one, I'm open for free-flowing discussion unless you guys want to do 2 minutes in a second round. I mean, I don't know, I'm open.
I do think it's important that on this form, it does say the yellow highlighted dates are required for district compliance purposes. So as you kind of are looking between option 1 and option 2, I do think that those are really important to keep in mind that we do have some state mandated and federal mandated requirements.
Can I just give my preferences and then we can?
Yeah.
Going off of the second calendar, the March 10th was I felt like a better date. Just because it gives more time between the two board meetings. And then the other one, my preference was option 2 for June.
You know what, on that note, Dr. Anderson, do you guys mind if we go month by month? I think we can trailblaze this
we
pretty
do
quickly.
that?
Yeah,
Okay.
January. We have 13th or the 20th, and we're on the 13th now? Hey, it's been a minute. All right, so we're on to February. We have the 4th workshop is consistent with both, and the 10th with both, and the 20th, February is the same for both. So we're good on February?
What is the 4th?
It's a workshop to where the Board Advisory Committee is going to be reporting out
Okay.
on the bond.
Oh, nice. Beautiful.
Yeah, so we'll hear that. Okay,
Can I ask, is the 4th, is that a morning or evening?
good question. We can determine what time.
Okay.
Board Advisory work during the day, so I'm going to guess. Yeah, evening, yeah. Okay, then March, we're looking at the 3rd or the 10th. And
10th.
we're already recommending the 10th, so I think I'm in support of that. Mr. Barham is. Do we have a 3rd for March 10th?
Yeah, that's fine.
Got it. Okay, on April, we're looking at the 7th or the 14th. Can you do it remotely, Emil?
Oh.
If possible.
From Hawaii.
Oh, yeah.
Can we work, do you want to do it remotely? Me personally, I love attending in person, and that would be my first preference. If you don't mind, we could do it remotely. Otherwise, we can think of an in-person preference for you. What's that?
There's just
We'll
some guidelines, and they just updated those this year regarding doing a teleconference meeting.
Yeah.
I'm getting some signals from the audience that the 14th is better for me.
For you.
Even though I'll be gone.
So if you prefer to do it, yeah, because I don't want to push you into doing remote if we could do it in person. So if you don't mind remote, I'll yield to that. But if you want it in person, we could look at another date.
Let's look at another date.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
I'll be
So-
gone the 7th.
7th, 14th, do we have 3rd
So
April?
Dr. Anderson's got, yeah, let's look at another date.
21st?
I'm open to the 21st.
Yeah, and there's enough time between the 21st and the 12th of May, I think, right?
I've got to check one thing on that.
I just would like to note on the 21st, for the board's consideration, that we have the 20th Annual Riverside County Student Academic Awards Dinner that typically Cabinet and some board members do attend on that night. It's from 6 to 9 in the evening. So I just want to bring that to your attention.
What night?
On the 21st?
That's on
21st.
April 21st.
And that's a mandated board meeting. For who?
That, what I just discussed?
No, on the 12th, you said, I mean, the yellow's like something big.
We have to have two, is basically what I was saying.
Oh, okay, there is nothing mandated in April, nothing in yellow. Sorry.
I'd say we come back to it, but our May vote is the 12th. So that doesn't hinge on anything we do in April, so we can move on with that. Now, June, we have,
leaving the 14th?
what's that? No, we didn't call it for April yet, because we don't know. We're gonna
Okay,
come
go
right
ahead.
back to it. So May 12th is good, because it's the same on both. Now we're in June, which are completely different. We have the 9th and the 23rd, or the 16th or the 30th.
Where do the graduations fall? Will we be busy the week of the 9th with that, or is it the week prior? It's the week prior. Okay.
Week prior, I'm good with the second option if nobody cares.
That's fine.
I prefer the second option.
Second, okay, we got second lockdown for June. July, I can't do the 21st. I'd rather do the 28th.
I would echo that. I've actually got a child getting married on the 19th. So
Oh.
it's going to be a busy weekend. I would prefer the 28th.
I
Okay.
actually have a child coming early that month, so
Oh.
20th is better for me.
Okay, it's all about children in July. All right, July 28th is what we're going with, Lene. August, we have 18th or 25th. I don't care either.
It's fine.
Okay, so I'd lean towards option 2 since we're kind of consistent with it. Anybody oppose on that August
I
18th?
think the 18th is well spaced.
Okay, good. Now we're into September 8th and 22nd.
So on September 13th, I have another child getting married. So I would prefer the 8th as opposed to the 15th.
I'm good with
Because
the
it'll be a
8th
busy
and-
weekend.
I'm good with the 8th and 22nd then.
One of the concerns with the 8th is Labor Day is the Monday before. Is there another Tuesday, or are we okay with Labor Day?
I'm all right with it.
Being, does, the district can prepare for the meeting with the holiday? Okay, I'll do the,
We have to post early to allow for that Labor Day holiday, but I'm for it.
okay, we're gonna do the 8th and 22nd.
Yeah, 8th and 22nd. Okay, we're good on that. October, we have the 20th or the 13th. I'm sticking with the spirit of the second option. I don't mind the 20th.
I can't do the 20th.
20th, what about 13th?
I can do the 13th.
Anybody, 13th? Okay, we got 13th, October 13th, Lene. November, we have 17th or the 10th. I'm up for the 10th. Unless, actually, we could push it to the 17th to space it out more.
I'd rather do that.
Okay. We got 17th, December annual meeting,
That's to be
15th.
the 15th.
Yep. So we're locked in there. Now we're right back to April. Wait, are we? It's been a
Yeah.
while. Yeah, back to April.
How many people attend
Other
that
April
meeting?
date that I'm gone.
I just want to answer Mr. Barham's question. He asked how many people typically attend that Riverside meeting. It's all of our high schools, it's all of our high-performing students, and then their parents that attend. So it's a way to honor our kids, and all of Cabinet and board members have attended that event in the past.
I'm okay missing a meeting. April, I'm traveling a lot, so if there's 4 board members.
I mean, if I have to join remotely, I can.
And what date was that?
Probably the 14th.
14th?
Yeah.
If you don't mind, I don't mind.
Is there any other day that we could do besides a Tuesday?
I know I would, oh, well,
Can we do, yeah, let's do another day besides a Tuesday. Yeah, I mean,
How about Thursday, the 16th? Are you going to be away that whole week?
I'll be back on the 15th.
How about
On
the
the
16th?
So the 16th.
Thursday.
I can do the 16th.
I can do the 16th. And that's a Thursday?
Yeah.
I can do that.
Yeah.
Sure. April 16th, good.
What do we do in February? I miss February.
So we have successfully locked down a calendar.
What's February again? I missed the day, I'm sorry.
February was the 10th, the 4th, and the 24th.
3?
Mm-hmm. The board workshop's on the 4th.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second for this revised schedule or merge between option 1 and 2.
Consensus?
No, we got to vote on it.
Okay, by consensus.
Do we have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by
Second.
Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mr. Barham. Lene, would you mind calling roll? please?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Thank you. Now we're on to board bylaws. I move to readopt all existing Temecula Valley Unified School District Governing Board bylaws. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz, seconded by Mr. Barham.
Yeah.
Any discussion?
No.
Lene, would you mind calling roll, please?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Thanks, Lene. 7, certification of signatures. I move to approve the revised certification of signatures in column 2 and column 3. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Barham.
Second.
Second by Mr. Schwartz. Any discussion? Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. Now we're into consent. All matters, we have no comments on consent, right, Lene? No, good. Consent calendar, all matters listed on the consent calendar are considered routine, and all will be enacted with one vote. There's no discussion of consent calendar items unless members of the governing board or staff request that the specific items be removed from the consent calendar for separate action. I call for a motion and a second to approve by consent items 1 through 22 that were not pulled for separate action or tabled. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Thank you. We're on to,
Nothing.
nothing was pulled.
Sorry.
Action items. We have 2 comments on number 5, 1 on item 9. So we will do the first one. Notice to conduct a public hearing for the renewal of Temecula Valley Charter Schools Charter. This is action item number 1. I move to provide notice to hold a public meeting or public hearing regarding Temecula Valley Charter Schools Renewal Charter Petition. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mrs. Wiersma. I'll second it. We have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this?
Yes.
Okay, by Mr. Schwartz.
In reading the item, under the charter, it says, I'm sorry, district staff and legal counsel analyze the renewal petition documents and communicate with Temecula Valley Unified School District about items needing clarification and/or revision. I don't think we should vote on this or have a hearing until we hear what those items are and we know what they are.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Any other discussion? Mrs. Wiersma.
I have a follow-up question. Is there anyone who can provide clarification with that, who would like to answer it? I know in the past Lisa Brown's spoken to things, but I don't know what the protocol would be here.
Yeah, I'm going to defer to Mrs. Diaz.
If we're looking at the timeline to answer the question, Mr. Schwartz, tonight is the opportunity to hear from the public and opening up the public hearing. Then we bring it back in February if there's specific information that you want included at that time. Tonight's the hearing. February's board meeting, now that we have the dates, is when we come back and we bring it for approval. So we can discuss in between that time, or we can bring something back specifically if that would be helpful to you.
No, I'd just like to know what it is they're checking or trying to clarify before we have any discussion or vote. I don't know what it is they're talking about in the proposal. It says Staff and legal counsel analyze the petition and communicate about items needing clarification. I want to know what those items are before we start talking about renewing the charter.
I think that that is a general statement in bringing it open for the conversation and opening it for comments in a forum. We are going through the legal process of the checklist in terms of looking at the shared use agreement for the facilities, the memorandum of understanding, the charter's ability to uphold what's listed there, their enrollment, their sustainability. So far, what we're seeing is that there's boxes that are being checked. But I think that our intent is to bring that back in February if there's anything that needs to be presented at that time. So I will say we do have people that can come here and speak, but our preparation and timeline is to bring anything that we find through that checklist back to you in a few weeks.
Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz, that time merged in with yours. Do you want to add to? Okay, Mrs. Wiersma.
All right. Thank you, Mrs. Diaz, for providing that clarification. I did some homework too, and since we're checking boxes, I just want to highlight a few things that I received from TVCS. They actually, in 2025, won an award from Parsec Education for innovation in education. In 2025, they were awarded the favorite charter school through Inland Empire Magazine. Also, they were the top charter school in 2025 through Education Insider. They've been ranked as a high-performing charter school by the California Department of Education. So I was very impressed as I reached out to Dr. Charity Plaxton Hennings with her updates, and I'm sure in the next month we'll continue to hear many good things so that we go exactly where we need to go for the month of February.
Thanks, Ms. Wiersma. Any other comments? Okay, we do have a motion and a second. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
No.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 4-1. Thank you, Lene. On to action item 2, notice to conduct a public hearing for the renewal of the Temecula Valley Charter Schools Charter. I move to conduct a public hearing regarding the Temecula Valley Schools Renewal Charter Petition. Do I have a motion and a second?
Motion.
Mr. Barham motioned.
Second.
Mrs. Wiersma seconded it. Any discussion on this? Lene, would you mind calling roll? Oh, sorry, conduct the public, conduct the hearing first, and then we vote, or do we vote, then conduct it?
Yeah, and then you just, Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
No.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 4-1. Thank you. I'm going to conduct a public hearing. Board of Education, Temecula Valley Unified School District meeting of January 13, 2026. This is the time and place designated for the public hearing regarding the Temecula Valley Charter Schools Renewal Charter Petition. I declare the hearing now open at 6:49 p.m. If there's any discussion from the staff? Okay, nothing. Is there anyone who wishes to comment on the Temecula Valley Charter Schools Renewal Charter Petition? A total of 30 minutes is provided so members of the public can address the board. Speakers are limited to 3 minutes. I don't believe we have any comments on this item. If there are no more comments, I will declare the public hearing closed. The public hearing end time is 6:50. And that is that. Now we're on to item 3, Resolution 2025-26/19, a resolution of intention of the Board of Education of Temecula Valley Unified School District to establish Community Facilities District number 2026/1. I move to adopt the resolution 2025-26/19, stating the intention to establish Community Facilities District number 2026/1. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Barham. Any discussion?
I have discussion.
Mr. Barham.
I know that these have come up in the past where particular board members have voted against the Community Facilities District, and I would like to remind everyone on the board that this is a revenue stream for our students that we use to update infrastructure and other things. It's an investment in our community, and it is not new taxes. So I just want to emphasize that, and hopefully the board, we can get a unanimous vote on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barham. Any other discussion? Okay, Lene, would you, Mrs. Wiersma.
So just to add to this discussion, I'll be sticking to the consistency tonight with this particular matter with the bonds. I don't believe it's been decided yet. However, I say that with the caveat that on February 4th, we will be in a workshop and it will be presented to the community and this board in terms of what the advisory council has been speaking to. And it's with great interest. I will be listening that day, and that may or may not change the trajectory of where we go. But I am looking forward to what the council has to present.
Can I come back around?
Sure, but first, Dr. Anderson, do you have any comments?
No.
I second what Mrs. Wiersma said. Mr. Barham.
I just want to clarify for the board that this has nothing to do with the bond. It has absolutely nothing to do with the bond. It's another revenue stream. So I don't know what the thinking is here, but this has nothing to do with the bond, and I'll just...
Consistency of the vote in the past. So I just want to be sure I'm on the right page with that. I don't know if anyone else wants to provide further clarification here.
Ms. Lash, you mind if we call on you through Dr. Velez's permission? Yes,
Absolutely, Mrs. Lash.
Sure. So the Board Advisory Committee has been focusing on a general obligation bond, which would be a ballot initiative for the community to consider. A CFD is related to developer fees. So whenever somebody develops in the community, there's an impact on our schools. So in this instance, there's a community development where 188 homes are being built in French Valley. That's going to have an impact on our French Valley elementary, middle, and high schools. And so we collect fees anytime there's development because there's a facility impact to that. What this is instead of assessing those developer fees to the developer on a per square foot basis, so if the developer paid that cost, they would then bake that cost into the price of the house to recoup their expenses. Instead, they pass the cost of those developer fees onto the homeowners at the time when they buy the houses. So this would only apply to their developer fees applied to homeowners when they purchase homes just in that community, just on those 188 homes. My understanding and what the Board Advisory Committee has been focusing on is, so that's a CFD, Community Facility District. Sometimes people refer to these as Mello-Roos. That's what's on the board for consideration tonight, is those developer fees assessed on this community being developed in French Valley. Instead of waiting every year for property taxes to be collected and trickling in those revenue streams from those 188 homeowners, we sell bonds to get the money up front and then use those taxes to pay off the bonds. So tonight, it's the formation of the CFD along with issuing debt against those 188 homes in French Valley. Separately, what we're considering and what we're going to have a huge discussion on with the Board Advisory Committee is putting a general obligation bond on the ballot, which would be for every homeowner and I'm sorry, let me say one more thing. CFDs are per parcel tax, meaning everybody in all 188 homes will pay the same exact amount. It's a per unit tax. A general obligation bond is any homeowner in the community would get to vote on whether or not we pass a general obligation bond, and that's based on the assessed value of your home. So they're two very different things, and that would impact all homeowners within TVUSD boundaries. That's what we're going to focus on in February. This is us being the administrative unit for the CFD. If we don't pass this, if we didn't approve the CFD, what would likely happen is this developer, we're not the only ones that collect developer fees. This developer would likely then go to either the water district or the city and say, hey, I want to form a CFD. And they would be the administrative unit and form the CFD. We would still collect the same revenue, except we wouldn't get the administrative fee for it. Worst case scenario, if all of us said we don't want to form a CFD, that developer would then pay the fees himself or herself and then increase the price of the house to recoup those fees And now the homeowner is going to be negatively impacted because their mortgage will be higher, which means their interest rates will be higher, which mean their property taxes rates would be higher. I don't think that would ever happen. But these are CFDs, not general obligation bonds, which is what we'll talk about in February. I hope that provides some clarification.
It does. So you mentioned the word Mello-Roos.
Yeah.
So it does affect Mello-Roos, which people have looked and talked about as a tax.
Mello-Roos is a per parcel tax. That's what this is. It's a tax on those 188 homes to pay the developer fees. And it's only while you live in that house.
Do you have any further thoughts to add with parsing the two?
No, I'm going to be consistent with my first vote. So, I mean, I don't have any discussion on this. We can take it to vote, but we need a motion in a second. So your time's still going.
Moved.
We're not there yet. We're still on Mrs. Wiersma's time. You good? Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Barham, and I believe seconded by Mr. Schwartz?
Yes.
Okay, Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
No.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Komrosky.
No, motion adopted 3-2. Now we're on to item 4. Resolution number 2025-26/20, a resolution of the intention of the Board of Education of the Temecula Valley Unified School District to incur bonded indebtedness and other debt within proposed Community Facilities District number 2026-1 of the Temecula Valley Unified School District. I move to adopt Resolution 2025-26/20 stating the school's district intent to incur bonded indebtedness and other debt for Community Facilities District number 2026-1. Do I have a motion and a second?
Second.
No, moved.
He said I move. I said second.
No, he's looking for a
You
motion.
said I move.
No, I said, do we have a motion?
No, before that, you said I move to adopt.
Oh, I'm just reading off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I hear you. It was kind of tricky. Yeah, I did say I moved.
I'll make the motion to
Okay.
move it.
Second.
Mr. Schwartz moved, Mr. Barham seconded, excuse me. And then, do we have any discussion on this?
Call the question.
You need 2/3 vote to call the question.
Yeah. Okay, Dr. Anderson, I yield the floor to you. Okay. No discussion. Linnea, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
No.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
Yes.
Komrosky.
No. Motion adopted 3-2. Now we're on revised, number 5, revised classified substitute salary schedule 2025-26. We do have 2 board comments. Public comments, excuse me.
First up is Nathan Berry, followed by Brianna Orozco.
Need a point of personal privilege for a moment.
I got to use the bathroom. Sorry.
I apologize to interject in this. This was it was supposed to be on P5. This is O5, so I apologize. My name is Nathan Berry. I'm currently a junior at Chaparral High School. I spoke at the last board meeting in December and was dismissed by certain board members. My concerns, as well as the student body's concerns, were thrown off to the side. Instead, certain board members decided to prioritize their political interests and partisan principles. I was utterly disappointed that the focus of the students was not the priority at this meeting, and the power the students held was undermined, simply for being, and I quote, minors. Rather than listening to the students and their concerns for this district, their voice was ignored so that certain board members could speak about pushing their own political agenda. To those who prioritize their political interests, why do you sit upon a school board? Why waste your time sitting on a board that is supposed to support the education of students and better their academic experience if this is not your first priority? It was absolutely embarrassing to witness national culture wars and partisan ideologies being put first over the education of students in a school board. But this is not just my opinion. It is obligated by the board. Bylaw 9200 states, the board members shall hold the education of students above any partisan principle, group interest, or personal interest. This policy is in place to protect the education of students and ensure that it is the #1 priority at all times. When certain board members put their political ideologies above the education of students, this bylaw is directly threatened. It is a threat to the entirety of the school district when those in power do not abide by their own laws. Please shift the focus back to the students and put our education first. The student body does not care for culture wars, personal gain, or any partisan ideology in this district. Students want to see better food options, cleaner schools, and a drug intervention or prevention program for those in need. Turn your focus back to these issues that genuinely affect us, not enforcing your agendas upon us. Thank you for your time.
Brianna.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Brianna Orozco, and I am a junior at Chaparral High School. And I'm speaking tonight as a student in this district, but also as a future voter. I want to begin with something simple. You might not believe you represent me right now, but I want to remind you that I will be voting in the next election, and I will remember what has been said, what has been prioritized, and what has been ignored. I'm saying this because many students feel dismissed by this board's leadership. Statements such as, "You are minors, I represent the parents that put me here, not the students," and comments about needing to shield kids from wokeism send a clear message to students like myself that our voices are inconvenient rather than valuable. Respectfully, this is a school board, not a political platform. And according to TVUSD bylaw 9200, board members shall hold the education of students above any partisan principle, group interest, or personal interest. When students are publicly told they are not represented, that standard is not being met. I'm an educated and engaged student. I care deeply about my school, my peers, and the quality of education we receive. When student perspectives are brushed aside simply because of our age, it creates a culture where students feel neglected, unheard, and underrepresented by the very people tasked to serve us. This concern goes far beyond words. There are real consequences. Time and time again, students in need have been denied programs and support that we are legally entitled to. The board's unfounded worry that these programs might indoctrinate students stands as one of the most irrational and harmful examples of mismanagement in the past couple of years. When students are left without these resources, it doesn't just affect compliance, it affects our health, safety, and trust in the leadership meant to protect us. Students are trying to help. We are engaging responsibly, yet our efforts remain stalled. We deserve leadership focused on growth, not chaos. I'm not here to attack anyone. I'm here to ask for accountability, consistency, and respect. Students are not a threat to this district. We are its future. And ignoring us now only guarantees disengagement later. So I'll say this again. You may not believe you represent me today, but soon I'll have a vote, and I'll remember who listened and who didn't. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I move to ratify and approve the revised classified substitute salary schedule effective January 1st, 2026. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mr. Barham. Any discussion? Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Barham.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Thank you. Financial audit report fiscal year 2024-25. I move to accept the reviewed 2024-25 financial audit report. Before we do a motion, a second, this is different than most times. Mrs. Lash isn't presenting. We all had the download, which I understood perfectly well. Not like every time, but I'm getting a little bit better each time. But I will allow 2-minute rounds, 4 minutes total on questions if you want to question Mrs. Lash. Anybody on the board? Okay, no discussion, no questions?
Comment.
Comment?
No question.
Mr.
Thank
Schwartz.
you. Thank you, Mrs. Lash, as always.
Thank you.
I'll say thank you, and I don't know if the public knows how lucky we are that we have you in your position. We're seeing a lot of tears from other school districts in our state, but you've kept your, what's the term? Steering a tight ship. Did I make that one up? But anyways, thank you. And
Awesome. Lene, would you mind calling? Oh, motion and a second. Do we have a motion and a second? To approve. Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mrs. Wiersma. Lene?
Wiersma.
Yes.
Anderson.
yes.
Barham.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Thank you, Lene. We are off to item 7, IB English Literature Book. Days in Memory by Charlotte Delbo. I don't know if it was Charlotte. If I mispronounce, I am terribly wrong. My grandmother was named Charlotte, so that was just a go-to. Is it Charlotte? Oh, Charlotte or Charlotte? Charlotte, okay. I move to approve the book Adoption for Days of Memory by Charlotte Delbo. Do I have a motion and a second?
Moved.
Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Second by Mr. Barham. Do we have any discussion?
I just have a
Ms.
brief
Wiersma.
comment on this. I want to give a shout out to Brittany Stroh. She's Ashley's former IB English teacher. She emailed me, and not only did she offer some great insight on the book and her recommendations, she wished Ashley a happy birthday this past weekend, and it just speaks to the testament of our teachers who remember our students, who track with them, and who deeply care. So I just wanted to say thank you to Brittany, and I'm a yes on this.
Thank you.
I just wanted to let the public know that I'm glad we're approving this book. It's reflections and thoughts on the author's time in Auschwitz. And I think it's important that we continue that narrative. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Okay, Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes, I want to thank Mrs. Peters at Great Oak High School and the Curriculum Council for bringing this book forward. It's really important.
Komrosky,
I echo what Mr. Schwartz said. Yes, motion adopted 5-0. We're off to item 8, 2025-26 committee representation, and we'll have discussion on this. I move to review and sign up to serve as board representatives on district committees. Let's discuss this one because Dr. Velez wanted to add something to this on, I think, 2 items, possibly.
Okay, so this is the time when the board actually selects which committees, not subcommittees, which committees they would like to be part of. You'll see at the top of the board representatives to district committees, the 2 yellow. The 2 yellow are not extremely important to have board members, and I do want to acknowledge our board members do work a lot behind the scenes. There are other meetings here, such as CAT meeting, the Community Advisory Committee, the DLAC, that really do, we request at all times to have a board member be part of those committees. What we're suggesting is that the Activities Director Committee and the Athletic Advisory Committee, that the board is willing to kind of allow those to kind of wash away, so to speak. The other ones I think are really important in terms of representation, because those are the things also that align with our district LCAP, align to the work that we're doing with strategic plans. I really think those are truly where the investment should be. So that's for the board to determine, but those 2 top committees that are indicated in yellow, the district would be completely fine if the board didn't want to participate in those. We're okay. We will continue to give updates in our Friday recaps.
Thank you, Dr. Velez. Which 2 top in yellow were they? I'm guessing, yeah, Athletics Directors Committee, Athletic Advisory Committee. We do on Activities Directors Committee, we have Mr. Schwartz and Mrs. Wiersma.
I'm fine with
Letting it go?
Dr. Velez's recommendation.
Okay, I concur, so that's consensus to let that one go. What about Athletic Advisory Committee? Dr. Anderson, you're on that one. I'm okay as well. Do we have a third for consensus on that?
Yes.
Okay, good, so that one's gone. CAP meetings, site meetings, we have Mr. Barham. Do you want to remain on that?
Sure.
Anybody else want to join, or do you want to? Okay, so Mr. Barham is on that. Community Advisory Committee, Special Education, we have Mrs. Wiersma. You want to remain on that?
So I have 3 others that I would like to move to this year. So, and I know I haven't been able to go to many of these throughout the year. I don't know if there's any. We've got a committee too that was on hold. Special education was kind of dealing in that realm. So I don't know if this has anything to do with that, but I'm happy to allow someone else to be here.
I'll go on.
Okay, and those are unrelated, point of clarity that Dr. Velez provided. So Mrs. Wiersma is asking to come off. Mr. Barham wants to hop in there. I'm fine with that. Do we have a third?
Can I ask, just so that we don't end up lopsided with one board member having too many, can I ask which other committees you wanted to be on.
So I'm interested in joining the CTE Advisory, the TVUSD City Committee, and the Superintendent Student Council. Those are my top 3 choices.
I could, we'll get to that. I'm on student council. If Dr. Anderson, if you want to stay on, I can hop off unless you want to hop off, and Mrs. Wiersma, I'm flexible with that. That's easy.
I can't do the student council because of the hours, so I haven't been able to attend those.
Okay.
Did anyone else? Are we good with that?
Well, let's.
Okay, we'll go in order.
Yeah, I don't mind. Okay, CT, Mrs. Wiersma wants to hop in there with me. Does anybody else want CTE advisory? I'm willing to let that one go if somebody wants it. Otherwise, I'll stay.
I want to hop on that one.
All right. Emil wants to hop on that. I'm fine. Does anybody, we have 2. Do we have a 3rd for consensus?
I agree for them. to do that.
CTE advisory.
So,
You're topping off.
Yeah, I'll hop off. Let
so
Mr. Barham get on
Wiersma
there.
and Barham, are you okay with that? Yeah. Okay.
Yes, and then, okay, so that's
So
good.
who's gonna do
CT.
special ed? Barham?
I am.
Mr. Barham. Okay, now we're off to DLAC. We have Mr. Schwartz. Mr. Schwartz, do you want to remain on that?
Oh, yes.
Okay, good. Anybody want to join Mr. Schwartz? Okay, Mr. Schwartz, we have 2. Do we have a 3rd consensus? Yeah, we're good. Employee Recognition Committee, we have Mr. Schwartz, Dr. Joseph Komorowski, myself. ERC meets 3 to 5 times a year. Mr. Schwartz, you want to remain on that?
Yes.
I'm all right, unless anybody wants to hop in there. I'm flexible. Okay, I'll stay on there with Mr. Schwartz. Parent Advisory Committee, we have Mr. Barham, Mrs. Wiersma. Do you both want to remain on that, or anybody want to hop off?
So I'd like to remain in this one as well, because I know we're continuing to talk about math and things we've been working on for a while, so I would prefer to at least be on this through the school year.
Okay, Mr. Barham, you want to remain?
Yes.
Okay. Now we're on to Safety and Security. Mr. Barham and myself are on there. I would like to stay on there. Mr. Barham?
Yes.
It's getting lopsided, so I think we need to replace.
I don't mind it being lopsided. It's availability. You got 2 board members that are retired, and I work as a professor 2 days a week. We actually have a lot of availability. So lopsidedness, it's one way of looking at it. Another one is availability.
I'm willing to work,
But I mean,
so.
I actually.
Unless you want to go on there.
Can I go on there? I just want,
Yeah.
because I have that center on, I want the safety and security to be a different board member.
I will hop off, and then Mr. Barham and Dr. Anderson.
No.
What's that?
I'm working with security on certain things, and I think that a different board member needs to, besides Mr. Barham, needs to be on safety and security.
Okay, so let's do this. Let's now go into 2 minutes per, and let's go, Dr. Anderson, do you want to give, I'll yield the floor to you for 2 minutes. I think this is going to be a little bit more in-depth discussion. Dr. Anderson, you got
I'm just going
got
to
the
say
floor.
that I'm working with mitigating some security issues with Mr. Barham, so I would like him removed from this committee. So I can work on it with you if Mr. Schwartz wants to work on it with you.
No, thank you.
But I think it's a conflict of interest.
Well, can I be recognized? I'm
Absolutely, Mr. Barham.
I'm not even going to speak to what she said, but, I mean, basically, we get together and Brian gives us a summary of it's a quarterly meeting, of what's going on in the district in terms of safety and security. But I would request that I stay on this because this is about safety and security for the schools, okay, and the students. And I have been on audits with the Director of Safety and Security. I have invested my time in this area. And in addition to that, on Thursday, I'm going to Nicholas Valley with our Director of Safety and Security to do a risk assessment. So, you know, I'm very versed in what's going on with safety and security. And this is about the safety and security for the students, which is what we're here for. And I feel like I have invested my time and it's working well. So That's all I have to say.
Well, I still think that we have Mr. Barham on 1, 2, 3, 4 other committees. I'm only on 1, 2, and I'm going to be off 1. So I think out of fairness, I should replace him. I think that's pretty logical, that he can't be on every single committee.
I don't want to be on every one.
Because he's on 4 plus 5.
You know what, I'll concede, Dr. Anderson. I'll concede. You can do it.
Okay.
Okay, so we have myself on safety and security and Dr. Anderson. Secondary Curriculum Council, I don't mind staying here unless somebody wants that position. I'm on with Mr. Barham.
What is that one, I'm sorry?
Secondary Curriculum Council?
Oh, we're going to stay on that, right?
Yeah. I don't mind staying on it.
Yep.
Okay. Any opposition there? Okay. Superintendent Student Council, we have Dr. Anderson and myself. I don't mind staying, but if somebody wants to hop in there, I'm flexible.
Yeah, I was on that in the past. I'd like to get back on.
Steve,
Okay.
I was going to ask if you would take my place. Did you want that one, Mrs. Wiersma?
I'll
Yes,
stay on
Joseph,
it.
I'll take it if
Okay.
I can take your place.
Okay, then
That
we'll
works?
just do a switcheroo, and now Mr. Schwartz and Mrs. Wiersma are on it. Okay, good. Superintendent's Council, I'm on there. Anybody want to join me? Or do 2 board members want to take it over?
I'll do that one.
Fine with there? Okay, Mr. Schwartz? Everybody good with that?
I'm good on that.
Okay, so Mr. Schwartz and myself are on the Superintendent's Council. TVUSD City Committee, I'd like to stay on there. I'm currently on there with Dr. Anderson.
That was the one I wanted to stay on, but Mrs. Wiersma wants that one.
Are you all right with yielding to her and having her hop in?
How many, let's see. Again.
And it's 2 meetings a year, if we're lucky.
There's-
It's
do you-
very
can you
difficult
work
to
with
schedule
your
this with city,
schedule?
just saying. We love the city, but very difficult to schedule.
They're during the day. Okay. It was during the day last time. Do you want to stay on there? I wanted to. Is that okay? Okay.
I think she's preferring to stay, so I'm
Okay.
fine to yield to that.
Dr. Anderson and myself are on TVUSD City, and we are done with the district committees, committee representation. And do we have a motion and a second to approve all this?
You know what, Dr. Komrosky?
Yeah.
Can I make a point of information from Dr. Velez on this? I have a question.
Yeah, you got 2 minutes. This is second round, so feel
Yeah,
free.
Just in general. So, Dr. Velez, you know the committee that we talked about this afternoon? It would be a subcommittee. Okay, all right, just perfect, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Do we have a motion and a second to adopt these district committees? Moved by Mr. Schwartz.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Barham. Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma,
Yes.
Anderson,
Yes.
Barham,
Yes.
Schwartz,
C.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted, 5-0. Now we're on to new policy adoption, 5021, non-custodial parents. We have 3 comments on this. We'll take all 3 one at a time.
First up is Caroline Hoffman, followed by Jennifer San Nicolas.
I'm just genuinely concerned, again, why we keep coming back to this. You say you want to do things for the students, but you're making everything more difficult. To add a notary is, of course, an additional cost. It prohibits people from actually being able to take the kids. And a family-connected friend is way better than sending them off into the system with the police if nobody else picks them up, or a night with CPS, when they could just as easily go with somebody that they know. The whole point is that this is for emergency situations, and you all keep acting like people are just rolling up to the school with vans and taking kids away. And just, come on, people. Give the kids dividers in the bathrooms.
Thank you. Next speaker.
For Jennifer San Nicolas, followed by David Hutch.
The authors of this proposed board policy are trying to sell this to the public, that it is about parents' rights and protecting children, yada, yada, yada. This is not reality. This proposed policy is a reaction to legislation passed by the state of California to protect immigrant children in the event their parents are detained by ICE. We have seen on the news that brown people are getting stopped for being brown or just having an accent, having to prove on the spot that they are citizens. In fact, on Fox just this morning, I saw a report that citizens are being taken into custody indefinitely, released weeks or months later without an apology. I say all this because most of these people have children, and these children need to be protected and need to be with people they know, not swept up in the system. The policy you are suggesting would destroy the parental rights of these parents in a time of crisis, make it more difficult for their children to be cared for appropriately. A reminder, parental rights aren't just for the white parents. Thank you.
All right, Happy New Year. I hope it's still okay to say that on the 13th. Thanks for having me up here to speak. I want to raise a concern about this policy adoption because much of what it proposes is already covered in our existing TVUSD procedures. We already have clear protocols for student release, emergency contacts, custody verification, and campus safety. Adding this additional layer that largely repeats what staff already does not meaningfully improve safety. But it does add complexity, confusion, and it risks inconsistent enforcement across schools. So more importantly, I'm concerned about the government ID and notarization language. You know, this sounds neutral on paper, but in practice, it creates a barrier for families who already face obstacles interacting with institutions, particularly undocumented parents, grandparents raising children, families in housing instability, low-income caregivers. When we make access to our schools dependent on a specific form of ID, we are not just improving security, which is important, we are changing who feels welcome and who feels scrutinized. We are here to represent everyone in this community. That matters. Policies should protect students without unintentionally excluding the very families that schools rely on for support and partnership. If we're excluding families, we are hurting our district. We get funding from attendance. Everyone is aware of that. We should encourage more attendance. Safety is essential, but safety must be balanced with equity, trust, and practicality. If our current procedures already provide protection, and they do, then this is my question. Are we solving a real problem, or are we adding requirements that disproportionately affect marginalized communities while offering little additional benefit? So I urge the board to reconsider whether this policy adds true value or whether it simply duplicates what already works. Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I move to have new policy adoption 5021, non-custodial parents. I move to have a second reading and adopt a new board policy 5021, non-custodial parents. Do I have a motion and a second?
I move.
Moved by Dr. Anderson.
Second.
Second by Mrs. Wiersma. Do we have any discussion?
Yes, I'd just like to know,
Mr. Schwartz.
has this policy been vetted by CSBA?
Are you yielding to me now with some
I don't
time, or
know.
do you want to
I
continue
just
for a
want
while?
to know yes or no.
Let me clarify the rules. On his 2 minutes, he
just
can ask questions.
asking a
No,
question.
I know.
Thank you.
What I'm doing is I'm clarifying. You're not using your time, he's using his. And you can reset the clock, Lene, and we could do this on anybody's 2 minutes.
Thank you.
For example, if I question everybody and they don't answer me, my clock's draining.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
So my question is, was this vetted by CSBA? Yes or no is satisfactory answer.
My answer is it was vetted through the cabinet.
Excuse me, I'm going to repeat my question. Did you vet this through CSBA, who we pay $13,000 a year to vet our policies and say whether or not they're okay? Yes or no? I'll take that as a no. Thank you. I yield back my time.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz, Mrs. Wiersma's next.
Okay, so the great thing about this policy is...
Excuse me, by the way, I made a mistake. You were supposed to go first because you're the presenter.
Thank you, that
Yeah.
might have helped.
Yeah.
No worries. So this is a very positive aspect of what we in collaboration have created. Right from the very beginning, I've been so appreciative of Mrs. Deus and Dr. Velez. It was indeed in need of updates. So we took that on together, and collectively we decided to make some changes. We did consult with legal minimally to get their opinion. And what we have now arrived at is an even better place than where we once were. I think that the goal is to be sure that all children are protected with equity and with value. And we want to be as wise as we can to get to that place. And I think that that has been covered here. The qualifying aspect of needing notarization is not actually in here. There's a may, so that's really important to note. I think it's really important to look at as well that a parent or guardian may declare and submit additional documentation to school site personnel stating that no person shall be permitted to provide medical care to their student without explicit prior authorization unless so required in a medical emergency. And so our goal is to be sure we've gone to the mat and done everything we can to ensure that your children are safe, that you have updated your emergency contacts, and that we have continuity across the district. This has been achieved, and I think we can all be glad with this policy that many voices have spoken into it. I didn't check CSBA to see exactly how that reads. I know a lot of times we want to personalize things, and Mr. Schwartz, that's exactly what we did in group fashion. So I'm happy at where we've arrived, and I think it bodes well moving into the future.
Thank you, Ms. Wiersma, and that's your time as presenting. You got two more and two more. I have nothing to add other than I second what she just said, working collaboratively. You know what I mean. So I'm in agreement. We do have a motion, a second. Any other discussion? Lene, would you mind calling roll?
Wiersma.
No, Dr. Anderson.
Just
Okay,
for
sorry.
the public's information, this has been vetted, and it was collaboratively. I checked with the cabinet that they went through this and made sure that it was okay, so.
And I want to thank everybody for their work behind the scenes on this, much needed. Okay, Lene?
Wiersma.
Yes.
Anderson.
Yes.
Barham.
Yes.
Schwartz.
Yes.
Komrosky.
Yes, motion adopted 5-0. Coast to Coast 2026 Federal Advocacy Trip.
Canceled.
We have, oh, we pulled it off the agenda. That's right, at the very beginning of the meeting? Yes, we did.
We pulled off a lot.
Pulled it off the agenda. Now we are on to information report. And by the way, for clarity, we also pulled off action item 11. That is off the agenda. You'll have to listen to the beginning of the meeting for more clarity. Information reports. P, we'll start with new salary compensation enacted by California legislature. Do we have any board comments on this? We have one public comment.
Upney.
Steve, you know I'm a strong supporter of yours, and I consider you a friend, and friends should be willing to speak when they believe a mistake is being made. I think unless something's legally required or directly impacts student safety and achievement or facilities, it should not be brought forward by a board member. In this case, board compensation. Even if the action was legally required, it should come from the district staff, not from the board. I'm very disappointed to see this item on the agenda, even for discussion. I sincerely hope the intent is to ultimately vote it down if it was ever brought up for a vote, especially while contract negotiations remain unresolved. Some confusion may have come from the Ed Code Section B, which says compensation for newly organized, reorganized districts shall be governed by Subdivision A. For clarity, new district, ours is not a new district. Only if it was unifying or creating, then it would have been a new. Subdivision A is clear that board members may receive compensation up to $3,000 per month. The key word is may, optional, not mandatory. Most people run for office because they're civic-minded and want to work for the greater good, not for compensation. The board can approve annual 5% increases by majority vote, which is how the stipend grew from $750 to $1,200 per month. With the 6-hour meetings per month, plus prep and site visits, that works out to about $100 per hour. In most workplaces, pay is tied to performance and results. Unfortunately, this board has spent too much time on conflict, procedural disputes, and unnecessary or potentially illegal policy debates, instead of focusing on student outcomes, fiscal stability, and supporting teachers. This item is being discussed or put on the agenda when teachers don't yet have contracts, deficits are projected for the next 3 years, and layoffs are being considered. Even discussing increased board compensation now sends the wrong message. This item should not have been on the agenda. Any question should have gone to the superintendent. I strongly urge the board to please move on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any board discussion on this? Okay. I will say one thing, and there is no vote needed, and I will say this is a self-enacting law. AB 1390 passed on October 11, 2025. It was signed into law by Newsom. This was voted in by the previous board on September 28, 2021. And with that, no motion, no action needs to be taken at all. So we're going to move on. No further discussion. We're moving on to item 2, statutes of federal parental notification, litigation, and policy context for parental rights, TVUSD. This goes back to since me and Dr. Anderson, we have 6. We have 6 board comment, or sorry, 6 comments from the audience until we proceed with this.
First up is Greg Langworthy, followed by Rick Reese.
So I'd just like to say this is an encouraging ruling. This is one of the big reasons why you guys were elected in the first place, was to support parental rights. And now we have a constitutional judge who's on board. And that's really how you resolve these disputes, is through the legal process, studying the Constitution, the rule of law. These are all good things. So turns out that you know, you guys standing firm kind of has been rewarded, so appreciate that. So thank you for, well, probably the example that you set for the community to following through on what you said you were going to do. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Rick Reese, followed by Upneet.
Good evening, board, and Happy New Year. I think the ruling by Judge Roger Benitez down in San Diego is the correct one. I think he's basing it on constitutional law and 14th Amendment protections. He's basically saying that parents do have rights. And I don't know where it's going. I'm sure it's being appealed. It might be on hold at the Ninth Circuit. But I would say this, is that I think we can all kind of read the writing on the wall, how this is going to eventually end up. Today in the Supreme Court, they were just arguing the case, and I know this school board, last year, they voted to support an amicus brief in the case that was argued today. This is kind of a different thing. This is about biological men competing in women's sports, but it kind of runs parallel to this here, and I think we can all see where everything is heading. And when you look at kind of the mood of the country, you know, this is basically kind of an 80% to 20% kind of thing. And so I just encourage you to, you know, take in stride and heed Judge Benitez's ruling in moving forward with this. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next up is Upneet, followed by Sarah Bell.
I'm going to begin by saying I strongly support parents' rights to be involved in their children's lives. Parents are the primary decision makers and should have daily open communication with their kids, not rely on teachers as therapists. Their teachers' jobs is to teach, not to parent. The Ninth Circuit stay has made one thing clear. The original injunction is about prohibiting parental exclusion policies, not forcing teachers to out students. Policies requiring teachers to disclose a student's gender identity without consent are illegal under AB 1955. TVUSD has never had a policy which explicitly excludes parents. As they noted, even the court couldn't identify which policies were at issue. By adding this agenda item and referencing the Benitez ruling and pronouns, the board is putting itself at risk. It signals that the policy's intent, that those were originally passed for records update, were not to keep parents informed, but to discriminate against students based on their gender identity, exposing the district to legal liability. The problem here isn't schools keeping secrets. The problem is board members who ignore transgender students' parents and deliberately misgender and harass transgender students, actions that are illegal and violate both students' and parents' rights. You can hold your personal beliefs, but on that dais, you represent everyone, and constantly vilifying your neighbors weakens the whole community. Every student deserves safety and respect, regardless of their gender identity, race, or background. With AB 1955 in place, an appeal pending in May, an election coming in November, discussing policies that are already prohibited is poor use of time. The board should focus on building trust, supporting parents, and protecting students. Nothing proposed today does that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Sarah Bell, followed by Caroline Hoffman.
Wasn't sure. As a parent in this district since 2010, we have parental rights. I've never had secrets kept from me by a teacher or anyone at the district. To put this agenda item referencing the Benitez ruling and the broader national debate about parental rights is performative at best. And it really just puts fear in families that have never taken the time to read their parental rights. You know that this ruling has stayed, it's under appeal, and it's not currently in effect. So legally and procedurally, it's irresponsible to treat this as if it's actionable district guidance. More important than you discussing a ruling that has no bearing, this is not an issue to benefit our students. It doesn't improve test scores. It doesn't increase safety, add counselors, reduce bullying. It doesn't retain support staff for special ed kids. What it does do is signal to those students that they are being singled out and discussed as a problem to manage, instead of providing them with the dignity, privacy, and protection at school that all of our students deserve. And that matters, because the students being targeted here are already among the most vulnerable on campus. And when the board repeatedly elevates these topics, again, you're creating fear, not trust. You create a stigma for these students. And that stigma that you're starting in this room emboldens parents, community members, and these students' peers to treat them just like you're treating them, as a problem to be solved. You want them to go away. I'm asking you to stop using these students as a wedge issue. Stop putting them on the agenda. Return your focus to what serves students. You can start with the topics from the students that spoke tonight. School boards are supposed to govern responsibly, not amplify political narratives, and put a target on a small group, very small group of students. You can claim this is about parental rights, but we have rights. What students are hearing you say is that we're not valued here unless we adults approve of who you are. Stop placing an unsettled state litigation and politically charged message on the agenda in a way that increases district liability and harms students, because your job is to protect students, protect all students in this district, and not escalate a culture war and at the expense of the vulnerable students.
Thank you.
Caroline Hoffman, followed by David Hatch.
As many have already said, we have policies in place, we have all of this in place. I actually think that your time would be better served doing like a welcome to the district meeting where you could sit down and you could have parents who want to come in and be told this is what you can do, because all of these policies are just redundant. Additionally, children have privacy. They have medical freedom. You can't sit here and demand that other people out them. You can't try and change a policy just because you want it to be changed.
Thank you.
Hutch.
All right, I'll be short here. I don't want to be redundant either, just like this policy is, but here we go. I'm going to be direct. This really, this situation demands it. This is not about improving outcomes for students, as we all know. It's not about raising test scores. It's not about closing achievement gaps. And it's certainly not about fixing the $19 million budget deficit that wasn't even discussed today. I cannot believe that. This is performative. Parents have rights. I have rights. My son ran into a tree at school. I got more calls because of this tree incident than I could ever even imagine. I am so confident in my student rights. We have already updated systems in place to provide transparency around student records. This proposal doesn't solve a real problem. It creates the appearance of action while leaving real problems untouched. So at the same time, parents have rights, students have rights too. Those young kids back there are going to lead our next generation, and they have rights. Parents do not own their students, okay? They deserve dignity, safety. All students deserve safety, not the ones you pick and choose that you guys agree with. Schools are not political stages, they are learning environments. When we turn student identity into symbolic battlegrounds, we're not strengthening families. We're putting kids in the middle of adult agendas. So can we please get back to a priority of what are we going to do about the $19 million deficit in this district? You know what helps that? Attendance. That helps fund the district. You know what else helps that? Bonds. A GO bond, that could help fund the district. Let's get back to real priorities, academic performance, fiscal sustainability, fixing our budget deficit and future debt, and restoring trust in the leadership, because that is shattered in the community, you guys. I'm up here all the time. I'm so frustrated. Everyone in this community is frustrated except for a few people. Get your act together, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to yield the floor to Dr. Anderson, and then I'll go after her.
Okay. I felt that it was important to update the public on the status of the Benitez case because there has been a lot of confusion and misinformation about parental rights and notification. This issue has not finally been decided, and the ruling is currently on hold. I can see many of you read that I wrote. The California Attorney General has appealed the ruling, and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit has issued a temporary stay. I explained that. The ruling is currently on hold while the appeal proceeds, and it remains an active national legal matter. While some have characterized parental rights as a failed or unsuccessful policy at TVU SD, that is not accurate. Parental rights continue to be debated, litigated, and addressed by courts across the country, and this conversation is very much ongoing and undecided.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Excuse me, somebody else had a mic on. I ditto what you say. I'm excited that you wanted to work with me. This was your idea to bring it forth on November 18th to proactively let the community, or to attempt at that meeting on a possible ruling that didn't come, and one did. And unfortunately now we're stuck in the Ninth Circuit. And just to let the public know that our policies are sufficient right now. They are good. If this case advances in the future, we will morally deliberate as a board, and we'll figure out, do we want to add anything more? But our record change student policy actually is really good, and that's up and running as we speak. With that, I would encourage you to look into the lawsuit if you wanted to get more actively involved in what's going on at the board level when we cite a decision like this and how it impacts parents. But otherwise, this is a step in the right direction for parents across the country, and especially impacting our children here. So I'm excited. And this was just information only. There is no action taken. There was no action taken in closed session or in open. So I yield my time to Mrs. Wiersma, and then anybody else who wants to speak.
I'd just like to add some additional perspective here. First of all, thank you to the speakers who shared your thoughts. I want you to know, and especially with the students who are here, know that we value each and every student. It's why we collaboratively discussed the privacy policy, because everybody should have dignity and should be able to be comfortable so that they can learn. Now, I want to give you this case in point without revealing any additional information or details, I had a parent call me this weekend and talk about the fact that his son looks to possibly be changing next to a biological girl in the locker room. She's not comfortable with that. I understand that. There's other people that aren't comfortable with it, and she went and picked him up from third period PE, and I don't know if the student missed the rest of their class day. So when you as a speaker come up and say, do we care about everybody's education and getting past the culture wars? And yes, 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 but you have to understand there's another side to it. It's not just about the student who feels they have the right and actually under California law do, it's all the other students that are there as well. And that's why this is a very difficult, nuanced conversation that we've taken on the best that we can. So I did communicate with this parent and say, look, under state law, we need to do this. However, you need to know your right as a parent and as a student is that you can request privacy. And we need to make sure that all of our parents understand that so everybody is valued and represented. So when we say this topic doesn't matter, it's not true because it affects students on both sides. So I'm just here to say we're going to do the best we can as an entire board to deal with what I feel is faulty California state legislation, and let's hope that it changes. We're looking to the Supreme Court and other decisions. We will wait to see where it goes.
Well spoken, Mrs. Wiersma. Any other board comments?
Yes.
Mr. Schwartz.
If anyone is interested, I've done a lot of research on the Benitez case. I'll be happy to send it to you. If you email me, I'll send you a copy. As Mrs. Bell pointed out, the case is being appealed, so right now there is no Benitez case. There's no decisions, there are no results because it is being appealed. No one knows what's going to happen. At the beginning of the meeting, I did ask that this be tabled. The discussion is about something that doesn't exist. It's moot. The case is being appealed. There is no decision either way. When there is a decision, then we might have something to talk about. But right now, I just felt, and I'll repeat what I said before, it's a waste of time for us to sit here and talk about something that doesn't exist. Can we just get back to talking about kids like those students back there and what they need? Thank you.
Mr. Schwartz, Mr. Barham.
All right, so this case is unsettled, stayed litigation. Unlike Mahmoud versus Taylor, which tonight in, I think, the next item, we're going to talk about because Mahmoud versus Taylor has been decided by the Supreme Court. It is now the supreme law of the land, and we are obligated to speak to that law with regard to how it impacts students. This case, like I said, is unsettled and stayed. When this case is settled, I am more than happy to address the law with regard to how it is decided and how it impacts our students. I want to focus on what we are doing in the classroom and how it impacts our students. That is my priority. That is why I was elected. I'm a school teacher, and I'm more than happy to deal with these issues. But as Dr. Anderson said a couple of meetings ago, we need to keep the meeting going. We don't want to be here until 1 o'clock. So to me, let's deal with the law as it comes up, as decided in the courts. To me, this is performative. I want to focus on the schools and the students as it impacts them in their seats today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barham. Any other comments?
May I ask a question to either Dr. Anderson or Dr. Komorowski? With all due respect, I'm just a little confused. I would understand if a decision was made, but if the matter is ongoing...
Excuse me, Melissa, we're not yielding the floor to you. You can make your board comments at the end of the meeting, and you can give all symbolic voting.
Let her speak. No, Dr. Komorowski, let her speak. Let's get consensus on it. Let's get consensus on it. Do we have consensus, Dr. Anderson? Mr. Schwartz?
I'll answer her question. I'm ready to answer
Okay,
her
but
question.
let her speak. Thank you. Go ahead, Melissa.
Thank you, I apologize. I would understand if a decision was made, but if the matter is ongoing and undecided, what does this update have to do with student achievement?
Well, just out of fairness, Mr. Schwartz put something on the agenda that didn't have to do with student achievement, and I noticed that some people get called out and some people don't. But there is a lot of confusion, and there was a lot of assumptions being made about this case. And I was getting feedback from the community. So this is an information-only item, and I think everyone must have read it because I think every speaker and every board member repeated what I said. The California Attorney General has appealed the ruling, and the U.S. Court of Appeals for the Ninth Circuit has issued a temporary stay, meaning the decision is not currently in effect while appellate review is ongoing. The case does remain active, and so it could be, I think it will likely go to the Supreme Court. That could be 1 to 3 years, but because we are a hotbed for parental rights and notification, when something comes out like this, there's a lot of assumptions being made. A lot of people are saying that that it's a failed policy, it's a done deal. I think it's going to be ongoing. It started, I believe, part of this started in Temecula, and now it's reached a national level. So I believe our community, because we've been in the throes of this for years, deserves an update, especially when people are emailing me and asking questions and making assumptions. So this is only an information item. People can comment on the information, but there's no action. It accidentally said motion. Oh, no, the motion was just, it said first reading. There's no first reading. And yeah, so that's why I did it, just for information purposes.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Mr. Schwartz, I'm not yielding the floor yet. I'm going to comment, and then we can go around a second time.
Go ahead.
So for me, I just want to give an overarching perspective, and it will answer the student's question, but even provide more depth. Our vision, our board, all the way down to the student, all the way down to voting on every agenda item, whether it's money related, whether it's considering new bathroom stalls with dividers, on and on. One very important thing that's overlooked is that in our leadership, our value, we prioritize parent and community engagement. Any advance that we can make towards the parent to building a stronger bridge of partnership and trust is a worthy one. It is not a waste of time. To make that clear, and it's consistent with what we value here at TVUSD. We value parents, we value community, we value partnership. So that's answering the question in a broad manner. And yes, there is a case. It's being held up at the Ninth Circuit. When one board member stated there is no case. So to double down, this is not a waste of time. There's no action taken, but you better believe every time there is a possible advancement towards the parents in our community who we cherish and value, and it's a part of our value, you better believe that we have the right to agendize it, and most likely we will, because that is what we ran on, most of us up on this board. And I yield the floor.
Yeah, just a quick question. I didn't understand what you were saying, Dr. Anderson, about what I put on the agenda. Could you please tell me what you were talking about?
That you put the salaries on the agenda.
I put
Nobody
the salary-
gets upset at you for
thank you.
putting that on.
Thank you.
But
I
they get
put this-
upset for me putting.
You
Thank
guys,
you.
this has nothing to do with this board item.
Excuse me,
Yeah,
can
no,
I just
no.
finish?
I'm not going to
Can
allow
I
you to
just finish?
discuss compensation. Do it
I'm
on the
not
board
going to discuss compensation.
Okay, gotcha.
I put that item on the agenda because as a member of the California State CSBA Legislative Committee, it was something that we dealt with, that was dealt with by CSBA and passed. And I thought it was important for people to know that the legislation existed. I didn't express an opinion either way. I didn't put it on as a first read. I only put it on as information. What anyone thinks about it, we welcome your opinion. But I did not put it on as a first read, as something for us to vote on. So I just wanted to make that clear. Anything else I learn on legislative committee, I'll be in Sacramento on February 6th. Anything comes up, I will report on it at the next meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, and let's stay on track on the agenda. I appreciate that, Mr. Schwartz. Any other comments? No actions taken, so we're going to move on to the next item, and I believe we have 8 comments on item 3, revision for policy 6144, controversial issues. This is a current policy that we have on the agenda. Just to make that clear, we have 8 speakers.
Okay, first up is Jack Callahan, followed by Christine Massa.
Jack Callahan.
I'm actually not going to comment on this one. I did not sign up for this one. I signed up for P6 and general comments.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Jeff.
Christine Massa, followed by Rick Reese.
Okay, so we have another agenda item having nothing to do with student success in the classroom. And the current policy is fine, so not really sure why this is back on the agenda other than for Joe and Jen to put their full homophobia on full display. It looks like their edits to this policy added at least 4 new references specifically to the LGBTQ community. So please, tell us how you really feel. And now I wrote to ask this question, but no one responded to me, so I'll ask again. Which of you can define for me what this means? Quote, group loyalties and worldviews, including topics of human sexuality, gender identity, and familial structure and religious morality. What is group loyalty? Are we tracking their Bonvoy points and Taco Bell rewards? Why are familial structures controversial? If a child is being raised by their grandparent, is that controversial, or is it only controversial if a child has 2 mommies? Explain that.
Thank you.
Sorry about that. Christine Massa, followed by Rick Reese. Rick Reese, followed by Upney.
Hello again. This is under information, so this is anecdotal, and it is information because it pertains to controversial issues. My kids graduated out of this district years ago, but I can tell you this: when my daughter was in 10th grade, going to high school here, I went to Parents' Night, back to school night, I think they call it, and I got to meet her English teacher. It was an English literature class. And I looked at the syllabus and I was like, oh, that's great. You know, they got, there's To Kill a Mockingbird, there's some Shakespeare, kind of a lot of stuff that I remember reading when I was that age. Anyways, I can tell you that during the Thanksgiving break, I see my daughter, she's tapping away on the computer, she's working on a report. And I say, wow, what are you doing? And she's doing a term paper for her English literature class. I said, oh, well, what's the topic? She told me prison reform. I said, prison reform? What the hell, you know? I thought you were studying the classics. And the teacher she had, he was very much of a activist teacher. And you got to realize, I was working in federal law enforcement. I come from a police family. My parents were LAPD detectives. I got a younger brother that's a captain for a police department over in the metropolitan LA area. And I start looking at all this stuff, and I look at the resources that she has, and I said, where did you get all these resources? Oh, the teacher gave it to us. These are all left-wing sources coming from The Nation, Jacobin, Mother Jones, all this stuff about how the police are racist, we have to abolish prisons, and stuff like that, but there was never the other side to it. There was nothing coming from people that were prosecutors. There was nothing coming from people that worked in law enforcement. There was nothing coming from people who were victims of crime. And so this was something, if you ask me, this is controversial because the teacher was taking something, the kids, I saw the syllabus at back to school night, all this stuff, and now he's injecting prison reform, something that 10th graders really don't understand. When I went to university, I majored in criminal justice. If you're going to learn about prison reform, usually you should at least have maybe a criminal justice 101 class so you understand how the criminal justice system works before you can start talking about prison reform. But these kids never had that. And so this is just my anecdotal thing, but I did see this, and this is many years ago, but if it happened then, I wouldn't be surprised if it's still happening now. So I'd like you to just kind of take that as food for thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Upney, followed by Edgar.
So I had a discussion working on a campaign for a local dad who is a Marine about importance of using simple language to communicate effectively. He said something that applies here, so I'm going to repeat that. He said, you're right, why use a $10 word when $1 word will do? In my opinion, some of the proposed language in this policy is politically charged and unnecessary. I would respectfully suggest removing it. For example, the policy defines a controversial issue as the one that is debatable and whose proposed solutions conflict with citizens' intellectual or emotional commitments. Full stop. That simple sentence is sufficient, does not need religious, moral, personal convictions. Today, if I disagree with something, I can go and opt out of the assignment. It doesn't have to be a religious, personal, or whatever conviction for that. Consider a book like Charlotte's Web, which has been considered controversial in the past. Under existing policy, any parent can request an alternative assignment for their child, even if the content is age appropriate and involves no religious or moral concerns. For instance, a parent whose child's family raises pigs might prefer their child not read a story about pigs for reasons unrelated to religion or morality, but just practicality. Why limit parental rights to a particular category when current policy allows a broader opt-out right? The third and fourth edits are redundant because we already have a clear policy for videos and assemblies, and parents may opt out their child for any reason. All materials, including supplementary materials, must be board approved and age appropriate per state law. And adding additional language about religious or moral objections is unnecessary, politically charged, and does not change existing rights and protections. What would be more helpful is not adding redundant language, but instead inviting staff to review the standard operating procedures and update the administrative regulations as needed based on staff suggestions. This would provide practical guidance for teachers and ensure consistency in implementing policies. For example, the district could develop a clear opt-out form and a guidance for teachers regarding when and how to notify parents. Currently, teachers notify parents of the books being read in class, but standardized forms and clear procedures would make it easier for parents to exercise their existing rights. In short, I recommend simplifying the policy language, removing unnecessary additions, and focusing on practical improvements through staff input and clear procedures. So existing parental rights are clear, and the process is straightforward. And some of the controversial topics, my daughter is taking AP Human Geo, and the teachers are very careful not even to use the word contraception and use family planning instead when they're discussing different countries' populations and so on, just because some kids in 9th grade might not know what contraception is. So I don't know why this is such a concern as a parent, and my daughter just did an assignment on conflicted borders in the countries on Kashmir and India. I don't know what the deal is.
Thank you.
Next up is Edgar Diaz, followed by Caroline Huffman.
Edgar Diaz, educator here in the district, bringing up the controversial issues policy, just to add to the dish of ideas that was brought on by previous speakers. And another part is love coming after UPNI, because I just deleted most of my comments, and speaking focus on there. But the idea being group loyalties and worldviews, including familial structure and religious morality. Many of these segments that was introduced into this controversial policy makes this difficult job, which is teaching, even more difficult. To have to be able to say everything in the world that we do is controversial, it's easy as calling up your teacher, talking to them about what is it that they're learning about, and you're going to have a very good explanation of what's there, and then probably some of the other resources that you didn't know were made available to students to be there. As a U.S. history in 8th grade, for 10 years, some with Mr. McTasney, I had a lot of very difficult conversations with parents when they saw something that they thought, oh my gosh, this is what's happening. As the policy reads, indoctrination. Actually, no. It was just a marketplace of ideas where people are sharing, and most of the time, students are the ones that bring things up. So if a student brings something up, we can't tell them to be quiet, we can't shy them away. That's only going to make them not want to participate in classroom discussions, and it's not going to unleash the learner that they are.
Caroline Hoffman, followed by Jennifer San Nicolas.
Joe, I know your child does not attend our school, so let me let you know. When my son was in 5th grade, they still did, what?
Can you guys please keep it down out there?
She also
Respect the
earlier
speaking
said she
time.
wanted
Thank
to
you.
kill me, so.
Okay. Excuse me. Yeah. Continue.
So, can I reclaim my time? Because that was just rude.
Sure. Audience members, can you please be respectful of the speakers? Thank you.
So, as I was saying, when my son was in 5th grade, they still did sex education. We were told about it. We could opt in or we could opt out. They no longer do that, but again, now my son is in 9th grade, and guess what we got? We got the email saying, hey, we're going to be talking about this. So these things already exist. The other thing is the indoctrination, the lies about teachers. I encourage everybody to watch Thoughts and Prayers, How to Survive a School Shooting on HBO, and then look at your kid's teacher and say to yourself, they're trying to indoctrinate them. They're not trying to lay down their life for my kid. They want them to be gay. Additionally, where does this end? Are you going to say that gay teachers can't have pictures of their spouses? Because then I would say you can't have a picture of your spouse if you're straight, right? And like Edgar said, when the students bring things up, you can't shut them down. So you can bet that my child will be bringing everything up so that it gets discussed.
Jennifer San Nicolas, followed by David Hatch.
The policy defines a controversial issue as an issue when the question is debatable and when some proposed solutions conflict with the intellectual or emotional commitments of citizens within paradigms. And then you added group loyalties and worldviews, including topics of human sexuality, gender identity, and familial structure and religious morality. You further add to that policy that notice shall be given to include a description of topics to be covered, that those related to gender identity, sexuality, or familial structures. Whatever. I mean, if you're involved in your kid's education, you know it's being discussed in class. Are you going to have a permission slip for the playground? Because I guarantee stuff is discussed on the playground that you don't even want to know. But I have to say that knowing that gay people exist, knowing that trans people exist, does not make your kid gay. It does not make them trans. If they have those thoughts, then they probably are gay or they probably are trans. But it's not going to turn them that way. It's not going to change their existential being. Meanwhile, if I was a teacher, I would be so annoying about this, I would send a permission slip home for every thought that was going to be had in that class.
Last speaker, David Hatch.
All right, I'm back here. So student outcomes rise with teacher quality and stability. That is proven. And this policy makes teachers' jobs more difficult. You know, this looks like a routine update, but the revision represents a significant shift, which I'm sure is by design, with specific language in how this district approaches sensitive topics in the classroom. The original policy focused on education, critical thinking, which is vital for kids nowadays, balanced discussion, and professional judgment by teachers. That's why we hire them to teach. The revised version moves the policy towards compliance and risk management, and that is no fun, especially for kids, especially around issues like specifically gender identity, sexuality, family structure, and religion. This change matters. Under this revision, parents gain formal opt-out authority, yes. Administrators gain expanded oversight, but teachers lose. Teachers lose their professional discretion. Like Edgar said, students bring up stuff in the classroom, and you can't just tell them to shut up. Students' access to important civic and social discussions become more conditional. The classroom shifts from being a marketplace of ideas to like a tightly managed environment, like a corporation. And there's another consequence here, and that's education quality, which is why I keep getting up and talking at these meetings. Student outcomes rise with teacher quality and stability. This policy adds new non-instructional burdens, more vetting, more documentation, more oversight at a time when we should be doing the opposite. We need to support teachers, mentoring new educators, investing in meaningful professional development, and keeping their focus on teaching, not compliance. So, policies and public rhetoric together shape culture, and right now that culture risks driving good educators away from our district, and that's what I'm concerned about. And I want to be clear, compliance matters. Respect for families matters, but so does building and protecting a strong teacher workforce. We need the teachers to teach our kids. So before final adoption, please ask yourself, does this policy strike a right balance between protection and purpose? Does it strengthen or strain our teachers? Are we making their jobs more difficult? And does it still reflect our commitment to high-quality education for every student, not just the students that you agree with? Every single student. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so 2 people agendized this, I being one of them. And to be clear on this, there's 2 separate documents. On document 1, I just listed the Mahmoud decision. And I will later make the motion to have, I just listed the Mahmoud decision versus Taylor, June 27, 2025. I just listed that to, in my opinion, what I think is an already successful controversial issues policy that I worked on with the school district 2 years ago, cabinet, teachers, and it protects teachers, site admin, parents, and the students, all 4 at once, by putting guardrails on what can be discussed, what cannot be discussed. So simplistically, I'll ask the board for consensus to direct this to one of our attorneys to say, in light of this new decision, do you think anything else should be added? If so, what? Because of this decision. That is it for me. As simple as that, because I think it's an already effective policy that, from what I hear, and I can ask Dr. Velez to weigh in behind the scenes, what some teachers actually have said about the policy. That's my contribution to this first part. And I'll yield my time to Mrs. Wiersma for the second. But before I do, I wanted Dr. Velez, if you want to weigh in on what teachers have said in the background.
So the policy that's in place has been well received, and it has not only the policy but the rubric in regards to supplemental materials. That was worked on collaboratively with directors from Ed Services, as well as myself as the previous assistant superintendent of Ed Services, as well as working with some of our principals and teachers. So that was highly, highly successful. And it is something that is consistently used throughout our district, not only for controversial issues, but also for supplemental materials, which teachers, as of right now, have the right to introduce into their classrooms. So I would agree it has been very successful. Teachers have been using it, and it does provide guardrails. That is a lot of the communication that we've heard from teachers.
Thank you, Dr. Velez. Yield the floor to Mrs. Wiersma.
So I would agree with both of you, and I think we do have a great controversial issues policy. There was a shift by design, but it certainly didn't come out of left field. It's because the U.S. Supreme Court made a decision, and what I did is I took information from a variety of places, including a CSBA webinar on October 1st. There was one on the 19th. There were blogs published on July 9th and October 26th. I examined policies throughout the area, looked at opt-out forms through the Pacific Justice Institute, Advocates for Faith and Freedom. What did Riverside Unified do? They actually have a form that one board member isn't so sure will hold up. So because this decision was made by the Supreme Court, I thought it merited taking some additional time. Now, obviously, if the controversial issues policy isn't the perfect place to anchor it, I'm okay with that. I think talking to council will be good, and I want to let you know that CSBA did recognize looking at 3 different policies, actually 4. They mentioned controversial issues, but they also recognized recognition of religious beliefs and customs, sexual health and HIV/AIDS prevention instruction, and comprehensive health education. Now, the point with this decision is that the court realized that parents do have the ability to decide whether there are particular issues that might substantially interfere with the religious development of their children. And yes, it does often fall into some of these issues with LGBTQ+, queer questioning, all of that. It's not to say no student is welcome to speak into a classroom. We absolutely honor your right to do so. It's just recognizing within the letter of the law now, how do we best handle that to make sure it is a marketplace of ideas, that we don't have viewpoint discrimination, that we don't have any form of indoctrination. We want to support our teachers and be sure they feel free to teach, but I think when there are parameters like this that come into the thinking and also into the community to talk about, it puts it at the forefront of their minds in a good way. But I'm happy to say, let's figure out where it best is suited, and I'm great to bring it back.
Thanks, Ms. Wiersma.
In the policy, I just would like to know where they came from.
I feel like I've already answered that with all of the different qualifying factors of what I did with
No,
my
you're
investigative
not-
research.
excuse
So
me,
I'm done,
you're
but I'd
not-
like to
you're
defer
not
to
an-
you for the rest of your 2
You're not answering my
minutes.
question. Where did the red lines come from? And I'm reclaiming my time. Where did the red lines come from? Was it from another district? Was it from an attorney? Where did they come from? Okay, no answer, never mind. For those of you who are interested in the audience.
Mr. Schwartz, we're not allowed to conduct an audience
Okay, well,
participation meeting. I'm
this
sorry.
is- I did
Point of
my own
order.
research. This is policy 6144. I sent it to CSBA. They sent it back with their recommendations and their red line of what we are proposing. Anyone who wants it, send me an email. I will send it to you. This is a summary of the Mahmoud decision. Talks about some of the things that it says, no required curriculum changes, not a blanket any less an opt-out, neutral accommodation policy, practical and classroom effects, California legal policy context, limited religion-based opt-out, not general disagreement. Same thing, if you want a copy, email me, text me. That's what I'm here for. You guys are the parents. You should know what these things are and what people are saying about them.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Dr. Anderson?
So I'll start by saying I always did like this policy as written. I'm not afraid to be open to new ideas. And one thing that it has in it, it's a very short sentence, but the last sentence talking about the opt-out, I think the board knows I did a lot of work on opting out for religious reasons. So I wanted to ask, just so that this is a first read, I wanted the opportunity to take Mr. Schwartz's information and also to work with Mrs. Wiersma and just put it in like a 3-week committee so that I can sit down with her and understand exactly where she's going. I don't have problems with any of the new language, but I do want to, there's just some questions I have that I want to spend time, and I kind of want to work through it with her. Would you, so what I'm looking for right now is board approval to make a committee, and we can call it controversial issues revisions. And I think I kind of feel like I have a right to ask to do that because I did put a lot of time into the opt-out. So I want to know if you'd be willing to work with me for just 3 weeks, and we'll bring it to the next board meeting. But along with that, I would like to submit it. I would like the committee to submit it to the president, to submit it to an attorney, or directly to an attorney, however we want to do that, for review before the next meeting, so we have something, a second read that could be in place if that's what we want to do.
Dr. Anderson, I agree with you wanting to work with Mrs. Wiersma. The policy is already in effect, but I would say no subcommittee, just work with Mrs. Wiersma and then re-agendize this next meeting. And then I would work with DeMarco to give it a final read. And my perspective on this is nothing more, nothing less. In light of this lawsuit, what do you think should be added? The parental opt-out, I love that. And that's it, because to be clear, it's already a good, well-received policy that is in effect. And I don't want to rock the boat the wrong way, hence the lawyer. But yeah, you two working together, completely fine with it. No subcommittee needed. No subcommittee needed. We have consensus with us three, if you're all right with that, and we can move on. Yeah.
Can I ask then, can I have Mrs. Wiersma just, once we go over it, rework it, can she just submit it directly to Mr. DeMarco?
It includes Dr. Velez, so we'll have Dr. Velez and you two. Anything that's submitted to Mr. DeMarco.
Go through Dr.
Yeah.
Velez?
That way she can streamline Schwartz's language, Mrs. Wiersma's language, my citing of the lawsuit, your contributions, all at once, there.
I'm going to take your information, Mr. Schwartz, make sure that we.
I strongly object to Mr. DeMarco being involved in this, and I'll read why. When the case came up during a panel at the California School Board Association Conference in Sacramento this month, Anthony DeMarco, a partner in the firm Atkinson, Andelson, Lawyer, Rudd, and Romo, which represents school district, called it a direct attack on California education. It crosses a line, he said. Certified employees should not be able to opt out. When he's expressing his own personal opinion in public, I don't think we should be, I'm sorry, I don't think we should be relying on him as an advisor on this issue. I'm not objecting to any other of our attorneys, but I don't think he should be involved in making that decision. Sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. We already have board consensus for DeMarco, Mrs. Wiersma, Dr. Anderson to work together before the next board meeting with Dr. Velez in coordination to streamline the information, including your information if you want it going through them. So you can present that to Dr. Velez if you want, and I can yield the floor to Mr. Barham if you want time. Thank you. Yeah? You didn't ask to speak, so I mean.
No, I was waiting.
Gotcha.
Yeah, I'm waiting. Okay, so like I said when we were discussing the Benitez case, well, first of all, I want to say that I agree. I understand why this policy, this controversial issues policy, has worked so well. It's because it came from the staff and not from a board member.
Excuse me, that is actually a falsehood, and I got to correct you right now.
No, with you.
I literally,
That's what I'm saying.
You said not a board member.
No,
like,
I'm sorry.
I am the board.
You're right. I stand corrected.
Okay.
That's what I meant. But it didn't come from a board member, just a board member. It came, yes, I apologize. You're right. But we worked in subcommittee with the staff, with the board member. Okay. I stand corrected. We are obligated to update this policy because Mahmoud versus Taylor was passed by the Supreme Court. So my recommendation is very simple. It's one line. We allow opt-outs from lessons using LGBTQ plus theme content based on sincerely held religious beliefs. That is what the case settled, plain and simple. All of these other things in this policy are, it's overreach, it's inflammatory, it's unnecessary. And I didn't even know what some of these things were, and I even tried to find out what a loyalty group was, and I couldn't even understand it when the definition came up. I mean, so these are some of this stuff is very vague. I like to keep things simple, and we have to update it. These other things are I believe are inflammatory to our community.
Yeah, no problem. You got 2 more minutes if
Thank
you wanted
you.
to go to the second round.
I do.
If you don't mind, he's on a roll. Okay, it's, I guess, let's
Yeah,
do
go ahead.
Mrs. Wiersma. That's
No
right, 'cause
problem.
she was a presenter.
Yeah, no
Thank you.
I just wanted to make this statement, and maybe that will help you with the next 2 minutes, is that I think we've got a good plan moving ahead. Language isn't ensconced and anchored in concrete here. I think that there can be give and take. So obviously, with the committee work, with what Mr. Schwartz wants to take on, Mr. DeMarco to look over, we're going to arrive in a good place. So I don't think we need to berate each other. That's why there's a first read, and we can kind of discuss where to go from here, and I'm optimistic we're going to be in a great place. But you did exactly get to the heart of the fact that parents can opt out for religious reasons. It's been decided and settled. So the best way to simply communicate that is just fine.
Okay. And I didn't think I was berating you, so if I was berating you, I apologize.
And Mr. Barham, before I yield it to you, just to say that your points are noted, and Dr. Velez has that, along with Mr. Schwartz. Everything is going to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess the direction that I would like to go with this is to keep it simple. I would like to send this back to the staff, not to the attorneys. We're not at that place yet. Our staff, our directors, our principals, they should be the ones dealing with this, with the updates to this policy. We don't need to give this to an attorney. And here's another thing. Just with a one-liner, opting out of lessons using LGBTQ plus themed content, we have to start trusting our teachers, okay? This board, by these types of, this type of language, we're reaching down into the classroom, I believe. And I was a teacher, and we have to start trusting our teachers so that, I mean, they are trained. The principals will talk about these things. We don't need all of this other language, which I feel is inflammatory. We need a one-liner. Let's trust our teachers. Let's send it back to the staff. And in addition to that, in terms of vetting supplemental materials, I'm going to need to see some administrative regulation on this along with this policy, Dr. Velez, because we don't want to overburden our teachers and our principals. How are we going to vet supplemental materials? We already have a policy vetting supplemental materials. That is working very well. And my point is always, if the policy is working, why are we changing it? It's working well, and it's well received by our teachers. So let's not overburden them. Let's keep the language short and concise, and let's start trusting our teachers. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Barham. Any other board comments? Okay, we've directed Dr. Velez with majority consensus on what we're going to do with next steps. Now we're on to board subcommittees.
I didn't, what was, Dr. I'm sorry. What?
Oh, to be clear, we had board consensus to have Dr. Anderson and Mrs. Wiersma work, not in subcommittee, they're just going to work on this together, and then they have the right to take the contributions of their own, mine, yours, Mr. Schwartz, and feeding it through Dr. Velez for a streamlined communication to DeMarco so that we can bring this back next meeting.
Okay. For a second read.
For a second read.
Okay.
Okay, now we're on to board subcommittees, and we have one comment.
Lindsay?
I want to speak specifically to the reorganization of board subcommittees and why this reorganization is necessary for accountability, compliance, and student safety. As part of this subcommittee reorganization, I'll begin with the Board Policy Review Subcommittee. Melinda, you currently sit on this subcommittee, yet the district remains out of compliance with BP 5131.6 and education sections 48900.5 and 48915B. These laws require schools to use documented interventions such as counseling and support services before suspension. Despite this clear legal mandate, the board has received no update and no evidence of implementation, and we are now approaching 6 months without compliance. If a subcommittee is unable or unwilling to address legally required policy compliance, then that subcommittee must be reorganized. As part of this reorganization of subcommittees, I am requesting new leadership or membership for this subcommittee so compliance becomes the priority. I ask that you step down from that subcommittee. Moving to the drug subcommittee, Mrs. Wiersma, which is also under consideration. You were tasked twice by Dr. Komrosky with identifying an alternative to the RUHS system services that meets state law requirements, requires parental consent, and it results in no financial impact to the district. As we sit here during this reorganization discussion, we are now 8 to 12 months without an update from this drug subcommittee you chair. During this subcommittee reorganization, I am asking you, Mrs. Wiersma, to clearly explain how your subcommittee plans to fulfill the assignment given to you, specifically identifying a compliant alternative to the RUHS Memorandum of Understanding, which, let me remind you, provides free, it needs parental consent, it offers faith-based intervention services, and has demonstrated a 100% effective rate. If there has been no progress, then this reorganization of subcommittees must include a change in subcommittee leadership so this work can move forward. I ask that you step down. Mrs. Diaz, I know you're a part of that subcommittee. I have one question for you. From August of 25 to now of January 26, how many students in TVUSD could have benefited from that RUHS intervention service program? That data should be presented during the subcommittee reorganization discussion because reorganization decisions must be based on student impact. Dr. Kay, as the board president, you oversee the reorganization of these subcommittees. You advocated Jen to serve as the representative responsible for this task. As part of this reorganization, I am holding board leadership accountable for returning the district to compliance with 2 ed codes and 1 board policy. You have said in your role to keep students out of darkness. We must recognize that students struggling with substance abuse are already in the dark and need timely intervention. A non-functional subcommittee structure does not serve them. This subcommittee reorganization must result in compliance, transparency, and action, and that is the purpose. And that is what our students deserve.
Thank you. Appreciate the comment. And with that being said, we are on the list of subcommittees. Let's go straight to the drug and awareness and take that one on head first right away.
You know, point of order,
And
Doctor.
hold on.
Doctor.
Excuse me.
Point of order. I think, I would like, I'm with you in doing all of those things, but I think that we need the document that Dr. Velez printed out or formulated. We need to go over that first. Before we start reorganizing, I think we need to do that.
Yeah, point noted, I agree. Okay, yeah, it's
thank
on
you.
there. Okay, would
Thank
you
you.
mind pulling that up, Lene? Okay. We were gonna get to that, but I think it's best to do that, yeah. It's basically what Mr. Barham is referring to is what we're gonna require of the subcommittees in the next month is to give a 1 to 2 statement readout of what exactly your goal is. If it could be summarized, like what are you doing, so that the rest of the board knows there's an objective and a trajectory. And I think that that's fair that we start with that first. Dr. Velez, I'll yield.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Komorowski. That's correct. What we found as district staff is that asking the board to come up with specific goals for each subcommittee that the board has established will help us complete that goal. It gives our staff direction in terms of what the board as a collective whole would like us to accomplish. So this process that you have before you for approval tonight is one of the things that will help us accomplish and support the board in terms of their goals.
Okay, with that being said, I say we start. First of all, are there any questions on what Dr. Velez read out? And then we can incorporate that as we go, and if not, we can incorporate that as we go through the subcommittees. My idea was to start with the one based upon the comment, and that's the Drug Awareness Subcommittee. We have one member, Mrs. Wiersma. Would anybody like to join that subcommittee with Mrs. Wiersma?
I would.
We have Mr. Barham recommending to join the subcommittee. Sorry, I'll yield the floor to you for 2 minutes if you'd like to talk.
Okay.
Yep, let him go first.
So we need some progress with this subcommittee, and we need a charge. And this subcommittee should be dealing with drug prevention and drug treatment. So we've had something on the floor in terms of drug treatment that hasn't been able to get passed. I could have put it on the agenda. I had it on the agenda, but with discussions with certain people, I kind of made a deal and said that the MOU for Riverside should come with me into the drug subcommittee, where we can discuss that and possibly other alternatives. I don't know if we're going to get any better than that, but we should look at other alternatives. But in addition to that, we need to look at drug prevention, scientifically based drug prevention programs, which I have some experience with. And that is the reason why I feel like I need to be on this subcommittee with Mrs. Wiersma. And I think we can get some things done and provide some oversight in terms of, if we can get the MOU to pass, which I think we can, because I think it's reasonable, we can provide some oversight. It's not that we just pass it and not ever look at it again. We can provide oversight in terms of Riverside Health coming on the campuses. And that's what I'm going to propose, that I go on with her, which I think is reasonable.
Thank you. I'm going to yield it to Dr. Anderson.
Okay. So for the students and the community members that might have spoken on the MOU before, I don't know if they're paying attention or not, I would like you to know There is no federal or California program. District obligations arise only in limited individualized circumstances, like special education or Section 504 eligibility, not as universal mandate to operate or contract for recovery programs. Not having an MOU with Riverside County Health Services does not prevent the district from referring students or families to those services. Riverside County Health Behavioral Health substance use programs are available to all county residents and their families regardless of whether a school district has a formal MOU in place. Referrals may be made directly by families or through standard school support channels, and access to care does not depend on a district-level contract. As a result, everyone listening, no students or families were abandoned, and services have continued uninterrupted through the county-provided system that exists independently of any school district agreement. Additionally, claims of 100% success rate for any addiction recovery program are not credible. National data consistently shows that substance use disorders have a relapse rate comparable to other chronic conditions, commonly cited in the 40 to 60% range, depending on the substance, population, and length of follow-up. Given these well-documented outcomes, a guaranteed or perfect success rate is statistically improbable and inconsistent with the current medical and behavioral health research. Lastly, there is a backup, and the schools that use them, Care Solace is I'll go in my next 2 minutes, but we do have a backup plan.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. This is a very important subcommittee, so I don't mind going the full round on this. Okay, we had Mr. Barham, Dr. Anderson. I'm going to yield the floor to Mrs. Wiersma. And Schwartz, if you want to go next, let me know.
I'll leave it to Emil to speak for himself.
All right.
Okay, just a couple of things. Originally, I want people to know that when that drug committee was formed, it was specifically for talking about DARE and above the influence. I was abandoned in that committee, so it's sat for quite some time, and that's fine. I just want to make sure people don't think that I've been sitting there not discussing this situation that we're currently at. Also, there is a misnomer that we rejected the prior drug intervention program that assisted our students at TVUSD in this memo. The very important fact is that the memo and the new understanding and collaboration was different from the prior program that we had. And I know this because, one, I've done my homework behind the scenes. We had a very collaborative meeting on Zoom with several cabinet members, and then I talked to Tim, who represents the hospital, and he was surprised that there was some difference of opinion in where we thought we were at. Here's the main difference that I believe the board majority is not comfortable with, and that's having a clinician within the medical field from Riverside University that will entwine the addiction issues and then the mental health discussions. Those two things are what we're uncomfortable with, and there is no lawful requirement that we take on this particular MOU. Having said that, we do know that we have students that need help and their families want to see it, and we do want to dedicate ourselves to that. Now, I don't know if Mr. Barham or Dr. Anderson read through the TK through 12 governor's budget proposal for California schools, but there was a notable emphasis on community schools. I know, Mr. Barham, we've talked about that in the past. It is somewhat of a slippery slope because you can look at it as offering free dental, eye exams, and food for socioeconomically disadvantaged students. Not all bad, but I guess I'll wait for part two to continue the rest of that.
All right, Mr. Schwartz, no, and I just wanted to be clear. Mr. Barham, you referenced the Riverside MOU. To be clear, on September 9, 2025, the motion failed. You were not in the prevailing party. You cannot bring that MOU back. I won't further debate that here, but that is a point of order, and you are literally out of order referencing that you will bring it back when you are not a member of the prevailing party. If you would like, we can put that in a form of an email with 2 sets of legal that can give you that reference. But I will yield the floor for your 2-minute time, if you want to go a second round on this.
Okay, so you and I will talk about the prevailing party stuff later, okay?
You can talk with the lawyers. I won't talk with you about it. Because you're
Why-
actually,
why
you're
would-
actually
why would-
boundary resistant
why
to the
wouldn't-
fact that
why
you are
wouldn't
not a
you?
member of the prevailing party.
No. Okay, I'm going to move on.
Okay.
Okay, because I want to talk.
But if you do end up in this committee,
I wanna talk-
gladly you can talk with Mrs. Wiersma about it because you would be working with her. So
Okay, yeah.
I'd be out of that
All right,
conversation.
Can I get my time back a little bit?
Oh, you can get a full 2 minutes.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. First of all, I don't know if Dr. Anderson, if you're going to come back and say anything, but you need to cite your sources. That's number one. Number two.
Excuse me, the audience, can you please keep it down? Thank you.
We have to have an we have to have a drug treatment program at TVUSD. I don't know where she's coming from, but we have to have it. This drug program has been 100% successful at TVUSD. No doubt about it, 100% at TVUSD. And again, I feel like I have done a lot of work on this. I want to bring the MOU back into the subcommittee. I don't want to adjudicate it out here anymore. That's why it's not on the agenda. To the kids out there who are asking why it's not there. We have kids who are in trouble in this district, and we are not providing them service. We are not allowing parents' rights to choose a drug program to help their kids. So we are being very selective about what rights a parent has. Parents have a right to choose this program. And in terms of the community school, Mrs. Wiersma, that's why I said it's up to the subcommittee, because that's our job, to provide oversight. And I understand what your concerns are, but I think that we need to talk to Tim, okay, who's offered to come in. I think he's a good guy, and he's very knowledgeable, and you talked to him on the phone, and so did I. Let's have him come in, and let's see what we can do, and let's consider some other alternatives as well. But we have to have a program here. It is mandated. I don't want to put the staff on the spot, but you are incorrect. Not you, Mrs. Wiersma. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barham. Steve, your mic's on. I'm going to yield the floor to Dr. Velez real quick, and then we'll get you two if you want to speak again, Dr. Anderson, Mrs. Wiersma.
I'd just like to make a recommendation for the board's consideration here. I know currently this subcommittee is called Drug Awareness. As you are deciding whether Mr. Barham is on that committee or not, would be my recommendation to actually change the name of this particular agenda item to Drug Awareness as well as prevention. So I think that the title of it really should be expanded for the board's consideration.
I agree, and it slipped my mind to mention it, but we talked about that before the meeting. That way it's more broad in scope. Okay, Dr. Anderson or Mrs. Wiersma, do you want, I'll give it to Dr. Anderson.
Yeah, I just think that Mr. Barham, he's sharing information that's not correct, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt and just say that you do not understand how this works. There is a program called Care Solace, and we used to have a contract with them, and they're currently contracted with Riverside Unified School District, Fontana, Chino, Temecula, Buena Park, Irvine, Bear Valley, Napa Valley, Los Angeles Unified School District. This program helps connect families with prevention programs. There is no law saying that we have to have a prevention program on our campuses. So I think that you're not understanding the way that it's supposed to work. We need to, if we don't, I've asked to see if we still have our contract with Care Solace, and we should mirror other districts in the state and how they connect families. And like I said, there is some exceptions, the 504, the IEP, but I think that, and Care Solace is a free program as well. So I want to stop giving the public misinformation. I also want people to know there are some free programs out there, that the Riverside Unified Health System is available to all the families, and I'm going to say it again, no students were abandoned. There was no patient abandonment. Because we don't have an MOU with them does not mean that we cannot refer families. The district can still refer families for those services, and the students or the patients were not abandoned. So I think that everyone needs to understand that has not happened, and feel free to, people are saying I have friends and family I know that need these services. they can reach out directly to Riverside Health. It's available to all of the county residents.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. And for point of clarity, just to add to what you said, we do in fact have CareSolis, but it's not free. So I just want to just clarify, but we do have it. You can go onto the TVUSD website.
Just.
But hold on, Mr.
sorry.
Schwartz.
Go ahead.
Oh, actually, no, you haven't talked yet.
No, I
Yeah,
haven't.
feel free.
I just wanted to clarify a statement about drug prevention. I believe it's part of California curriculum that we have to teach drug prevention and drug awareness. To say that it's not something that we have to do is not true. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz, we have Mrs. Wiersma for the last round. And just to clarify, so that everybody can stay on track, Mr. Barham wants to join the subcommittee. That is what we are considering right now. It's not a motion, it's by consensus, but I'm going to yield it to Mrs. Wiersma. For clarity, we have Dr. Anderson that wants to join it as well. But Mrs. Wiersma, your time.
So I understand Mr. Barham and Dr. Anderson want to join. I think the most important thing to recognize, Mr. Barham, in this discussion is that the board majority has very clearly stated their intentions and what they're comfortable with and what they're not comfortable with. The great thing is when I talked to Tim, he understood that. I clarified things for him, and he seemed to agree there was a solution in what the two of us were talking about. And I think if you were to step on this committee, what's important to know, because we don't want it weaponized on any one person, we do want to get to a solution, but it's important to see that we can fulfill this by having a meeting outside of the district boundaries. I'm not comfortable having a schoolhouse as a medical house, having somebody come on as a clinician to talk about not just addiction, but the mental health issues and where that could go. Again, a reminder, the prior program that we had that was successful was different than this MOU. So I want to make sure we're clear on that. And Tim acknowledged that as well. There are other prevention programs led by the youth themselves that he thought were great, and I did too. So there are plenty of points to agree on. But if you're going to be considering stepping on, it may not even be that this is needed as an MOU. It might be that we figure out with them what is available as a facility outside district boundaries, outside the school day, with parents, so that they've got the best possible chance for success. I do understand the ins and outs of needing to supply help. We're going to do it. But if you examine other districts across the state, they don't all have a program like this during the school day. We have latitude according to board authority as to how we're going to meet those requirements. So I don't want to mislead you in having you come onto the committee and then have it turn into something that it shouldn't be. I don't want to be uncomfortable with where that could lead.
Okay, so I didn't yield the floor. I didn't yield the floor to you, and we've had 2 minutes. Hold on, Mr. Barham. Point of order. We've all exhausted our time now. We do have a situation where Mr. Barham wants to have a second round or a third round of comments, and if the majority of the board, actually 2/3 of the board vote this in, I will let him, because this is contentious. And if not, we're moving on. We're going to decide who's in the subcommittee or nobody at all. Do we have consensus for him to speak again?
I think Jen is
Okay,
the member of the board.
He doesn't need it.
So I think she should just decide. And I support her decision. If she wants to work with Mr. Barham, I'm okay with it.
It is
Okay,
consensus
so
at this point, and it's up to Mrs. Wiersma. She'll be the Mr. Barham. You've made it clear. You've made it clear. I think she's willing to give you the benefit of the doubt. We're going to see right now, Mrs. Wiersma.
So I'd like to say, Dr. Anderson, I thank you for your input, because I know you've got a background in the medical field and you've done research with CY, BLI, blind billing, all of these issues, and I really value your opinion. Having talked about it, now I think, Mr. Barham, if you're willing to concede that we don't weaponize any one aspect, and it may indeed be off this campus, off the boundaries,
not with district facilities, then I think we can figure out together where it needs to go. I just need you up front to understand where the board majority is, because we want a success for it to come back, not another failure, right? Okay, all right, then.
Okay, so we have two people.
We've got a
Do we have a
committee.
third for consensus? Dr. Anderson?
Yeah, I'm
And
okay.
I concede, and Mr. Schwartz. We have 5-0. You're in the subcommittee. It is called Drug Awareness and Prevention. Yes. There you go. Whew. Thank you for your patience. Oh, Mr. Barham is asking for a change of name. Let's consider this. What? Drug awareness, prevention, and treatment. Is everybody okay with that? I am. Good. Thank you. Okay. Litigation subcommittee with legal counsel Jen and Joseph. That's gone. That's over with. Board policy review. Emil and Melinda. Emil.
I move that we disband this subcommittee.
Okay. I would second it unless there's something pressing. I mean, we formed this 2 years ago for an audit that is done. So if we ever need to revise a board policy, we can simply dispatch that as a board per meeting. Okay, 2 people? Third? So we have consensus, that's gone. CRT resolution, Joseph and Jen, we were appointed to work with Advocates for Faith and Freedom in the future. We can keep it, but we will apply pressure to ourselves and report out at the next meeting if there's a goal. If not, we can consider disbanding. But if there is, we'll give it to you. And that's fair of all subcommittees that we're currently on. So I would just say, keep it. We will confer with Bob Tyler or Julianne, and then we'll figure out what we're doing, where we're at, and we'll report out. And if it looks like no movement's being made and we don't need it, we could disband it. And if so, we'll report out. Mr. Schwartz, do you have a comment? No. Dress code, Jen and Melinda.
I think what we should do is start with Kimberly's forum. Let's start meeting.
We will be meeting.
We're gonna keep it.
Okay. So we have consensus, I agree. They're going to keep dress code. They're going to work with Dr. Velez. Grading practices, I am on the subcommittee with Mr. Barham.
Can I make a motion?
Yes.
We have Mr. Barham wanting to make a potential motion.
Okay. All right, so here's the motion.
Yes.
Ready?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to discuss this motion after I make it because I want to make sure that it's intended the way that I make it. But I move to discuss it. So do I have a second?
Yes, and I agree with you, since this was one of our key issues that we wanted to deal with, and we started this with the math. We went on to other subjects, and I would like to continue until we get through the entire curriculum.
So I want to tell you why in my debate.
Yeah, we have Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Barham that want to entertain a consensus to have Mr. Schwartz be added to it. Okay, let's.
We didn't start, Emil's 2 minutes.
Yeah,
Sorry.
we'll start now. It
Go
was
ahead.
very brief.
Yeah, it's
Do you
gonna be-
want to give your justification, or
It's
is
gonna
that
be very
good?
brief. I mean, we're halfway through. And I want to go back to your issue and when we committed this in terms of wanting a survey with the teachers. And as we've talked about with how we're going to agendize things, and as elected officials, we're allowed to put anything on the agenda. I know that this was an issue for you, but you're free to agendize it if that's what you want to do, to put a teacher survey regarding the D grade. I don't have a problem with that. I just want to finish my work with Mr. Schwartz on this subcommittee. That's all.
Okay, Mr. Schwartz, do you have anything to add? Entirely different situation. I'm going to propose that neither of you are on the subcommittee, and then I'm on it, and one of these 2 members join me.
So I would be willing to, because like I said, my dad is a math teacher, And I actually, right now, do not support bringing back the D grade, but I do think we should have done the survey. The power's in the board. It doesn't hurt to gather information. I need to just be transparent that I don't see myself bringing back the D grade, but I think that we should we should do the survey and give everyone an opportunity to be heard about it.
Would you like to work with me in the subcommittee?
Yeah, I will.
All right, do we have consensus?
Let me pull the knife out of your back.
All right, we have consensus.
Okay.
So the new subcommittee,
Did we get a
Dr.
second?
Anderson and myself are on it.
Second shot around?
I have
Sure,
nothing
but we
else
do
to
have
say. You can
consensus,
keep
so
talking.
we'll give you
Yeah.
your second time
Yeah,
around.
yeah, I'm not gonna bother. It's, well, it's just, you've got the two teachers on the board.
We can
kicked
start,
off.
yeah, and I'm a professor, thanks though.
Yeah,
We're all
but not of
educators.
K- not of K through
Currently.
12.
Point of order,
currently
point of
educated.
order.
Okay.
So,
Dr.
Lene,
Komorowski,
can you start
point
his
of order.
time, please? So we can go a second time around.
So, I don't think it's a lot to ask to finish our work. We know where we started, we're halfway through. We've got a few more months to go. We know what the charge is. We both taught K through 12, and I'm not taking anything away from your professorship where you're at, but grading K through 12 is a little different than at the college and university level. And again, this is really how I feel. When we remove people from subcommittees that have started the work, you're disenfranchising the voters that voted for us. They've elected us to do a work. We started the subcommittee. This is the expectation of the people that elected us, that we work on educational matters. This is an educational matter, grading practices, and I don't think it's right to disenfranchise the voters when the work has already been started. And quite frankly, I mean, I just don't see Dr. Anderson's contribution here to be one that is going to be, to be substantive. So that's all I have to say. Let's do what makes sense for kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barham. I will take 2 minutes or less, and I will say that's exactly what I felt when I felt disenfranchised when I wasn't on the parental rights subcommittee. And I felt disenfranchised when I agendized this the first time around, and I started the good work. So I will continue the good work with another board member. Thank you for weighing in, but I totally disagree. We already have consensus, and unless there's further comments, we're moving on to the next subcommittee. Okay, SPED subcommittee, it's paused. Mr. Barham and myself are on it. Any estimation of February 25th-ish, maybe? Okay. Okay, and so we can't give out a report out next meeting to be clear on the expectations that we might have for it because we're not even, it's paused.
I have a question.
Sure.
So, looking into subcommittees, the subcommittees need a charge. The charge of this subcommittee was brought back to the floor, okay, when Dr. Anderson was reorganizing the subcommittees last time around. The charge of our subcommittee, our special ed subcommittee, was brought back to the floor, and the charge of that subcommittee now is going to go to the ad hoc special ed subcommittee between the union and the district. So because the charge was brought out to the floor and then given to the ad hoc subcommittee, Robert's Rules of Order at that point says that this subcommittee needs to be disbanded. So I'm going to make a motion, since the charge has gone to the ad hoc subcommittee, that this subcommittee be disbanded. Do I have a second?
Second.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
I didn't know, did they form, that ad hoc subcommittee has already been formed?
Yeah, they did.
Okay, can we be updated with that next time?
It's still Barham's time, so.
That's okay.
But I can weigh in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, Dr. Velez is recommending we disband it. So, I mean, I have no problem. If we need to pull it back together, because if there's already an ad hoc committee, okay. We're on TES, Dual Immersive Language Program. Mr. Schwartz and Mr. Barham still want to
Yes,
stay on?
we met with Dr. Velez and Mrs. Dias. We had our initial discussions about going to observe programs in other places. Mrs. Dias was set up the next meeting where we're going to draw up a list of possible places to visit. It's just a discussion. There's nothing in depth going on. We're just kind of exploring the idea. I know a lot of districts in Riverside have dual immersion programs. It's just something we're kind of dipping our toes in the water on, and we have not made any decisions about, yes, we're going to do it, or no, we're not. We're just gathering information to decide whether it's something we want to talk about with staff and with teachers who would be involved in the program.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Any other comments on that?
We have a charge for this subcommittee, so we're moving forward.
Okay, good.
So we're good.
We've already sunshined. Dr. Anderson and myself are on that. We still have to keep that as we're still working on those various factors. Dr. Anderson, I'm recommending we keep the Sunshine Committee. Okay, drug awareness. We've already went through that. We've already renamed it. Accountability and goals, I'm going to recommend, Mr. Barham, that we disband that because we've already done the good work. We're now attaching it to the superintendent's evaluation, unless you think we should keep it open to maybe the big four next year or something
I
like.
think that we need to move on with that.
All right, then we'll keep it open,
Yeah.
we'll convene, and then we'll set
I
up
have
a
a question.
couple statement.
Dr.
One second, Dr. Anderson. We'll set up a report out, 2 to 3 sentence for the next board meeting then. Be
Yeah,
good.
I mean, the only reason that I would like to keep it is because we haven't addressed other members of the organization, okay, and how we're going to deal with that, which I have some ideas, and
Okay.
I think we need to tackle that together.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I got it. Dr. Anderson.
I just, I talked to, now Dr. Woods isn't here, but I guess I could address Dr. Velez. I talked to him throughout the year about changing the members on this board so all board members could have an opportunity to work on the accountability and goals. So I guess we could just, since it's kind of on pause right now, we could address that at a future date.
Yes, and Mr. Barham and myself just agreed that we'd like to keep the committee open. The template's done, all the heavy lifting's done. Now there's new ideas filtering through it, but we also have to attach it. If you want to speak to this, as Mr. Barham, you
We can just leave it for right now. and
Yeah.
I'll bring it up again in the future. Okay.
Okay,
Let's
so
not get into it today.
we have went through all the subcommittees, but I want to return to one since we're on the business of the agenda, and I can. Going back to the D letter grade, I am going to ask for consensus of the board so that me and you can work with Dr. Velez behind the scene and their appropriate staff to send out a survey to the respective schools that might want them, the 3 comprehensive schools and then the Rancho Vista. So if I can get consensus to do that, that's what I would like to do. We have consensus. Okay, I'll convene with Dr. Velez and then Dr. Anderson after this, and we can set that up. And then we can report that out for the next board meeting on what we're doing. And this is for a survey to go out. Okay.
All right.
And this is specifically, I want it for the parents and the teachers.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Good Lord.
Okay. We got board consensus? Got it.
Okay. So I would like to make a motion to form a new subcommittee.
We can form a new subcommittee right here.
Yeah.
We'll
So,
see.
so the subcommittee would, it would be me and Mr. Schwartz. And I would like to call it, I may want to change the name later, but for now, because I need to do some more work on this if this is approved, called the Grant Writing Subcommittee. And
Both of us have.
yeah, and we have some experience writing grants, and what we would like to do is, I've talked to some people at the city, and we want to write some grants so that we can obtain federal funding and/or state funding for different projects, which might include reducing traffic in Temecula And I've thrown some ideas around with some city officials, and they like some of the ideas, but we have to form a subcommittee. And in order to get the funding, the school and the city, the school district and the city kind of have to work together in terms of writing these grants. And Mr. Schwartz and I have experience with grant writing. So we would like to tackle this. What's so funny?
I just know people that are professional grant writers.
Yeah, I've written many grants and received funding. Thank you very much. So I would like to make a motion to form this subcommittee.
Second.
Thank you.
No motion needed. All we need is consensus. So clarifying question on you, and I'll start my time because you can talk with me on that. We already have a city school board subcommittee. With respect to jurisprudence, you mentioned traffic. That would be in a city's, that would be a city jurisprudence kind of issue. So I'm going to call on Dr. Velez to help me. What would be the difference between this and the city subcommittee we already have? And if we can make a clear distinction, I might be open.
I think part of what's really important in this particular case is the charge. So if the board determines that a grant writing subcommittee would be appropriate, then the charge that committee would come back would need kind of board consensus to determine if this was something that we wanted to pursue. There are many, many grants out there at the federal level and at the state level that any district can actually apply for. Our district in the past has had administrators in the district or other individuals act as grant writers. That has been eliminated many, many, many years ago due to funding issues. So we actually, in all transparency, don't apply for grants because we do not have the staff to apply for grants that are here to benefit kids or benefit the organization as a whole. I don't necessarily think that all grants are associated with the city. Some are just those that can benefit an organization and benefit kids.
So I think it's a good, I still got a minute and 30 and I can hash it out with you. I think it's a good idea. So I'm on board. We already have consensus and we can yield to these other two as well, but any other questions? Not like.
I was going to ask that either you or Dr. Anderson step off of the subcommittee that you're on. I didn't think you would, and you didn't want to, okay, when you got to that point. So because of that, I thought to myself, if they don't want to step off or if they want to stay on, I want to form the new subcommittee.
As long as there's a clear delineation between what we would do with the school board city subcommittee versus a grant writing, which would entail city work, because if this, it reeks of, I can't get on the city subcommittee, so I'm going to form my own. And I'm not sure if that's what you're going for, because you just said you wanted me and Dr. Anderson to step off. I'm not even sure you made that clear.
I'm not even sure, to be honest with you, I'm not even sure. I mean, there's still things as far as the city is concerned that have to be worked out, okay? The things that I want to do is I want to write some grants to get some funding for buses, for example. And it's going to work better if the school district and the city work together. The likelihood of getting that funding, okay, to buy more buses, for example, I'm not saying that that's the only project. The likelihood of getting that is higher if we work together.
So just give me a second. So my time is over. I can go a second round, but I want to let Dr. Anderson and Mrs. Wiersma weigh in if they want to. But I'm not stepping off the city subcommittee.
I'm very skeptical, but it's their time that they're putting into it. I would like to first have them fill out the form so that we can see what their goals really are, because this is very big. My sister writes grants at the federal level. I know that it's way more complicated than just saying I can write a grant. So I'm curious, and I also think that we should approve, once the grant is written, it should be submitted to the board for approval. Yeah. So I think that it doesn't hurt us to write grants. I mean, people can write grants. I don't know if we'll get them, but I do think that each grant should be presented so that we know what we're really writing grants for, like as a So we
So
don't
do you
get
mind if I ask you a question then? It's your time, so.
No, go ahead.
So my thought is if they want to write a grant, they don't even need to be in a subcommittee. They can work as two board members anytime they want.
can write a
They
grant
could
and then just
submit
bring it
this, they could submit the grant to the school city subcommittee or bring it up during the board meeting. But if it relates to the city and the jurisprudence of the city, then it really is in our subcommittee.
Yeah, but I don't think we need, I mean, I think you guys should write
You know
grants
what?
and
I'm,
then submit them to the.
I think it's a terrible idea, and I don't want to do it, so.
Okay, so we have a
Can we
change
move on,
of,
please?
we have a change of view. We're still on interruption. Dr. Anderson, can you add 10 more seconds to our clock, Lene, please? And we're going to finish out this time, and then we're still going to discuss.
So that's my only concern is it doesn't hurt to write a grant, but I want to make sure that the board knows what grants we're writing and what we're submitting for, because we can't just have an open-ended writing grants. That could be anything. A committee that just starts writing grants for things. You know, the CHYBA was a grant that we chose not to apply for. So that's my only concern.
Okay, and then it's Mrs. Wuersma's turn. Do you want to chime in?
I think Dr. Anderson brought up some excellent points, and I'm not opposed to anybody taking the time to explore that. I think that could be great, but I like your idea of sharing perspective with the board, and you're spot on with CYBLI, which we did turn down for very important reasons, because sometimes there are strings attached to the money, often. And so I think having group discussion on that would be important. So I'm kind of in the middle. I don't want to squelch the innovation and idea, but I think that there needs to be some oversight there as a whole.
Can I have some time?
Okay, so
I think I have another
I'll
round.
let Mr. Barham go a second round, and then I'm going to join in.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the concerns. I'm not saying that there wouldn't be some oversight. We have a charge. We would be reporting out in terms of the grants that we want to write. And I don't understand why there is so much resistance to wanting to help the community to reduce traffic, okay? To get more buses. Why would you be so opposed if we want to put in that time in a subcommittee and work with city officials, okay? Why would you be opposed to that? It's what we're supposed to do. And we're here to solve problems. And we're not going to keep things from you. So let's approve this subcommittee and help our community, please.
Okay, so I'll take this time, my second time around, and then we can exhaust this. Due to Steve's own admission, he's not interested anymore, so neither am I. And you can write all the grants you want. I welcome it. I think it's a good idea. But I also agree with Dr. Anderson. So I will yield, I will take back my consensus for this because Mr. Schwartz said he's not interested anymore.
No, I
in
wanna
this, in ever so many words.
Reclaim my time when
And
you're
you can work on the grants you want to, and feel free to submit it to the board. We do not have consensus anymore.
I'd like to finish my comment.
And so I still have okay, I will yield my time. I'm done with this. And Mr. Schwartz, your last 2-minute round.
Yeah, I am, Mr. Barham, I perfectly understand what you're saying and why we have this resistance. It's obvious. I like working with you. I mean, everyone can see what's going on here. So can we just move on? And I will work with Mr. Barham personally. We don't have to have a subcommittee. We'll find a grant, we'll write it, and if you guys want it and we can get the money, we'll give it to you. It doesn't have to be a subcommittee. We'll just do it, the two of us. Just you and I, Emil.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Great idea. Okay, we're moving on to number 5, Board Bylaw 9200, limits on board member authority. And Mr. Schwartz, you're the presenter. I yield the floor to you.
Yes, it's very simple.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me, we have comments. I'm sorry.
We did have a comment
Okay,
already.
no public comments, so I yield the floor to you, Mr.
Yeah,
Schwartz.
it's very simple. It's something that I talk about all the time. The young man who came up and spoke about it, I think it was Noah. Was it you, Noah, who talked about 9200? It's very simple. I'm just going to read it. I'm only going to read the first sentence and paragraph. The Board of Trustees recognizes that the board is the unit of authority over the district, that a board member has no individual authority. Board members shall hold the education of students above any partisan principle, group interests, or personal interests, period. That's pretty plain, and I think that's something we should all stick to. And I don't need any more time.
Okay, to help me, Mr. Schwartz, and this is just a clarifying question, you just wanted to reiterate to the board our bylaw. There's no motion or anything added to it, just to emphasize that. And I will double down on that and agree with you because that's in our governing handbook in ever so different language that relates to this exact point. We as a board or a majority of the board decide business, and I agree, so welcome. Any other comments on this? Okay, we all agree 5-0. Number 6, prioritize speakers at board meetings. And do we have any speakers? Yes, we do. I think we have 4.
First up is Jack Callahan. I'm sorry, kiddo, that I put you on the last one. But Jack Callahan, followed by Rick Reese.
Firstly, I'd like to apologize for earlier. I was a bit disrespectful with speaking out of turn with my peers. It's green right now, so I assume that it is, I think. All right, perfect. I apologize for my disrespect earlier. I did speak out of turn with my peers. That was disrespectful to every single person on this dais. I will fully apologize for that. I will keep my conversations quieter or non-existent in the future. But I did want to address really quickly, I do think this is a great idea. Students deserve their right to speak on these agenda items, probably honestly the most out of anybody in this room. We are the ones that are directly impacted by these policies. And it only makes sense to me that you let the students who are directly affected be the ones that are first in line to speak on these subjects. I don't honestly see, I understand if it would draw out time in the long run, but even if we're just doing it on individual agenda items, putting the students first and forefront for speaking, I think that's a no-brainer. I don't really see any rebuttal to that in the end, but I just wanted to come and share my voice on that, and again, apologies for earlier.
Thank you, Jack.
Okay, next speaker is Rick Reese, followed by Caroline Hoffman.
Hello again. I have concerns and questions about this. I know to me this whole thing seems very provincial, kind of like a locals only kind of thing. You know, get out, locals only. I also think that constitutionally, I mean, First Amendment, I think as Americans, it's all of our birthrights to have First Amendment rights. That includes the right to petition our government for redress, and also 14th Amendment, where we're all supposed to be treated equal before boards, commissions, before our elected government bodies. So I find that very problematic that we're going to go and start prioritizing people in that way. As far as enforcement, how are you going to enforce this? Are you going to start checking everybody's IDs? I mean, I heard people earlier today saying, "Oh, we can't. Some people can't get IDs." So, are we going to start checking IDs to find out where people live, and then prioritize them? Locals only, and if you're outside, if you're just outside the district, you're at the end. Again, I think that, again, as Americans, I think as a taxpayer, whether I pay state taxes or federal taxes, I think I have the freedom if I want to go to Boston and address their city council because I pay federal taxes, and if they're receiving federal funds, I have every right to address that body. It doesn't matter. That's our birthright as citizens. I would also just add that a lot of times we might have people from outside the community here that have really good ideas. They might have strong educational backgrounds, and just because they're outside of the district, we're going to downgrade them and put them at the bottom of the speaker's queue, and that just doesn't seem right to me. I think, again, we all need to be treated equally before the bar of government. And I would just leave you with this. Going back to my high school, my favorite books was George Orwell's Animal Farm. And the whole epiphany at the end of the book was all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. I would say, you know, all public speakers should be equal, and we shouldn't make some public speakers more equal than others. So, anyways, thank you for your attention. Good night.
Thank you. And just for the audience, the Animal Farm movie is coming out soon. Thank you.
Caroline Hoffman, followed by David Sola.
Really, I just want to have Joe on record saying that he wants to prioritize outside actors as opposed to actual citizens. To echo Jack's point, I think an expansion on it would be yes, you guys allow student comments at the beginning, but I mean, I told my husband I might be home soon an hour ago, and then you were on one agenda item for 45 minutes. So perhaps the students can add their comments before you get to said agenda item so that they aren't here until 10 o'clock. Additionally, yeah, we kind of know who goes here and we kind of know who doesn't. If we want to show IDs, if we want to, show our students school email, it's doable. We could prioritize people who actually are in this district. Thank you.
Okay, last speaker, David Sola.
Hey, y'all. Good evening. Happy New Year. Nobody is trying to silence anyone. It says prioritization, not silencing. If you wanted to see silencing, you would have saw that earlier tonight. What we're talking about right now is that the people who live here vote for you all. What interest do you have in prioritizing the people who don't vote for you over the people who do? That's the first question. And the second question is, what interest do you have in not prioritizing the students? I thought this was about parental rights. Which parents? The parents that actually live here? All of the people who come here from outside of here come here for one purpose and one purpose only. They're here for the circus. They're not here to put any sweat equity into this district. And you want to raise them up. Yes, we are all equal. But when I see you out there at the car washes for the cheerleaders, when I see you out there at the fundraisers for the programs that don't get enough funding, then you can talk to me about being equal. Because in truth, all these people that don't live here, you can speak. But if you're going to speak before me, you can kiss my ass. I live here. I put in the work. If you're not going to put in the work, go somewhere else. Don't you have a school district in your area you can go to and bother them? Go do that. Yeah, I mean that. I live here. This is where I'm going to put that sweat equity in, and if you're not going to do it, don't come here and messing things up. And we're not saying don't show up and not talk if you don't want to, or if you want to talk. But if you're going to speak before the parents that actually live here, then you don't actually care about the parents that live here. You just care about the people that lift you up. Thank you.
Okay, we have no more speakers. Mr. Schwartz, you agendize this. I yield you the floor.
Yeah, I will just say, I wrote the policy. I ran it by CSBA. The only thing they told me is we cannot ask people for their address. We could ask it as optional. We could ask them to put down their address as optional. We cannot demand that they show ID or show where they live. We trust people to be honest if they're coming here to speak. But as Jack said, my priority is the students. After that, you saw the list that I put up. Those of you who haven't seen it, is it up on there? Students, parents or guardians of students, district employees, residents of the district, non-residents of the district. You guys know what I stand for, and now you could see it for yourself. Thank you.
Okay, as Mr. Schwartz, Dr. Anderson wants to ask you a question.
Sure.
We could still keep it on his time if you want, unless it's, you prefer your time. Yeah,
I can use my time.
okay.
It's really simple. I actually don't have a problem with this. I think you brought this up when I was board president, and I believe you. Yeah, and I believe you've done your research. Could we just add a section where you check the box on the form? I think the best way to do that would just be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Have people check the box, and then have whoever collects them put them in order accordingly. And then we don't have to ask for an address or ID or anything. I think that'd be a simple way of doing it. Yeah. So that was my only question. Okay.
Mrs. Wiersma.
So a couple of things. Number one, I do believe we have a priority system that already works without further micromanaging the staff. Our students are honored at the top of the meeting as the ultimate stakeholder, and I value that, and I'm glad that that's the case. Teachers have collective representation through the union spotlight. We also welcome them as individuals, but think about this. CSBA is asking teachers in some districts to consider striking. That might be coming to a meeting with 40 people to speak. That might take up quite a bit of time without any outside opinion, so it becomes an echo chamber. Mr. Schwartz, on this list, you've actually left off business owners, non-resident taxpayers who have an important role in this community and might want to speak into what's happening here in the district, but live outside the district. So with all due respect to the people who are thinking this is a great... Oh, okay, I would like to continue talking without being interrupted. Thank you.
We'll add some time.
So there was a prior board majority that decided to push off all comments, no matter who they were, until 10:30 at night. We had parents begging us, and yet that was a no. So it seems a little bit disingenuous now. The goal here doesn't seem to be efficiency so much as curating who's important through possible viewpoint discrimination. For example, you might have an independent expert and citizen weigh in to provide broader perspective for the board. In meetings with time limits, and sometimes we do have those, that can be the same as removed from the list when you're relegated last. This is a strategic move to ensure that challenging, inconvenient voices are never heard before the clock runs out. I am for listening to everyone. I am not for micromanaging this. And really, I think our true leadership doesn't hide behind a zip code. It means listening to the best argument, whether it comes from a neighbor or a national expert. And then we're elected to weigh all of that. So that's where I stand.
Okay, I think I'll join in and say the grand irony of this is prioritizing speakers. Why don't you prioritize them for the last year and let community speakers that live here speak at the beginning of the meeting? I find the irony just insane. I think we don't have a broken system. I think that first come, first serve. Yes, of course, students get priority. They're speaking at the beginning of the meeting where they should speak, and I think the other speakers should speak there as well. I forgot to make a motion for that at the very beginning of this meeting. I will do it once and once only this year at the beginning of the next meeting. So yeah, Mr. Schwartz, I'm with you on prioritizing the speakers, but in a whole different way. Letting them speak first, then they go home. They have families. Sometimes they have urgencies that come up. So it strikes me that you wouldn't even add that part to this. And I'm with Mrs. Wiersma. I think it's a form of micromanagement. If you've run it through CSBA and other people and it's legal and you get consensus, okay, great. But I just think at the same time, you should say, yeah, I'd like to prioritize speakers, Joseph, and move the speaking to the front of the meeting. Are you open to that? And he's not responding, so he's not. Anyway. Oh, no, I'm.
If you want to bring that back up as an agenda item, I'd be happy to discuss it.
Yeah, so I think you have consensus already with Dr. Anderson. Mr. Barham, do you consent to prioritizing speakers? And Mr. Schwartz, so you already have board consensus. To bring
This is
back,
also a first read.
To bring back for a second reading. Yeah, to be clear.
Because I want you to think about
So
what he
with
said.
specificity, one member of the public raised First Amendment rights, I would motion for specificity when you bring it back that you do consult with a lawyer. If, and I don't, well, so anyways, Dr. Velez will be with, I'm not going to say there's a subcommittee on this, but if you're going to work with another board member, I would just say work with Dr. Velez and make sure that this is legal. That's all. I mean, you already got consensus to move forward. Okay. And so we're done with that. Last one.
Mr. Schwartz, will
Oh.
you just, I don't remember what Jen said, but she listed, or Mrs. Wiersma said, she gave some other examples, and maybe just consider those when you bring it back for a second read.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Anderson. We're moving on to last item, number 7, Board Bylaw 9241, visits to school sites. Dr. Anderson, I yield the floor to you since you agendize this.
We have 2 public comments.
Two public
Two public
Sorry.
comments.
Yes,
We'll hear
first
those
up is Sarah, followed by Lindsay.
There's so many Sarahs here. There are a lot of Sarahs, actually. I saw that this was put on the agenda by Dr. Anderson, and I have made an effort to support her in the last year. And when I saw the site visit listed, I was genuinely interested to see what change was going to be proposed or what specifically about site visits was going to be discussed. You know, site visits are obviously a critical part of your understanding the students and the schools that you make decisions for. But when I opened the attachments on this agenda item, there was no meaningful detail, no context, no purpose, no clear direction. And that matters because the entire point, there's nothing to provide input on because you didn't put that in the attachments. You just posted the current policy. When items like this are posted vaguely, it doesn't build trust, you know, and it creates confusion, speculation, things that we want to avoid, and further disconnects us. And that's just like the opposite of what you've said your intentions are. So it's just disappointing. I'm asking to do better. Our students deserve you guys to be role models. We deserve the transparency, and by putting it on the agenda that way, we can't effectively speak to what you wanted to talk about. So that was my comment on that, and I'm curious to hear what you have to say.
Last speaker, Lindsay.
Okay. So I had to read this information item twice because it's so lacking in substance that it's difficult to believe that it was submitted in good faith. The agenda item titled Motion to Discuss Site Visits provides no rationale, no context, no scope, and no identifiable purpose. That is not oversight. It's a failure of basic governance. Agenda items exist so trustees and the public can understand what is being discussed and prepare accordingly. This item does neither. Melinda, in the 13 months you've served on this board, you've not publicly identified which sites you visit, which teachers or principals you engage with, or how site visits factor into your role as a trustee. Yet you place a vague agenda item that prevents your fellow trustees as well as the public from knowing what you intend to discuss. That is not transparency, it is obstruction. When agenda items are written so broadly that no one can prepare questions or comments, it creates the appearance that the purpose is not collaboration or improvement, but control of the process. Whether it was intentional or not, that is the result, and it's unacceptable. This board is not a stage for self-serving agenda setting. Trustees are expected to act with clarity, professionalism, and respect for the public process. Submitting an item so lacking in substance does not meet that standard. Frankly, this item should never have been given any oxygen. It fails the most basic test of transparency and raises serious concerns about judgment and preparedness for governments. The public deserves better. Thank you.
Thank you. I have to weigh in before we consider this as a board at approximately 9:30. The governing board will determine which of the remaining agenda items can be considered and acted upon before 10 o'clock. We're at 9:36. And may continue all other items on which additional time is required until a future meeting. All meetings are scheduled to end at 12 p.m. Do I have board consensus to continue? Because I think we're almost there.
Yes, please.
What's that? No, but I have to read this out and take board consensus. Yes. So do we have we have consensus? Okay, we're moving on. Okay, so now we leave this to Dr. Anderson.
To answer the public's question, I was traveling for several weeks and only had a few days to prepare before they submitted. So I apologize. That was me being rushed and lazy. I wrote this policy, and I wrote it with feedback from Dr. Woods and other cabinet members, and now we have a new superintendent and a new school board president. I thought it would be only fair for, I should have just put this down. I wanted Dr. Velez's input because she's the one that coordinates the site visits, and also Dr. Komorowski. I thought this is me and Dr. Woods, so I just wanted to know, like, do we have any discussion about this? How does this leadership want site visits to look? That's why I put it on there.
Since I'm being asked, I would go back to about a year ago. I prefer one board member per site to not stress out site admin or teachers. Not saying that they're stressed out, but they probably are. And I would prefer one board member per site. And if another board member wants to tack on, it's up to the permission of the board member's trustee area to say, yeah, I don't mind, or no, I prefer going alone. I'll go back to what I said. It's building rapport with that site one-on-one. You got two board members there. You can't really build the rapport that you might want to. That's just my thought. It was shot down a year ago. That's what I would add. If I had board consensus, I would say single board members per site visits. And if the board, additional board member, like I said, wants to tack on, it's up to the board member of that trustee area. That's my 2 cents. I don't know if anybody agrees with that. So I yield the floor. Who wants to talk? So you're the presenter, so now first 2 round minutes.
I want the board to decide because one thing that was pointed out is site visits can stress the schools. So I don't do site visits because we had so many going on. I'm okay not doing site visits. And I think the sites are okay with me not showing up is what I've learned. That being said, with board oversight, I think we have equal representation from the 4 of you doing the site visits. So it's up to you guys. I would like to know, Dr. Velez, do you have any feedback, or is this something that you want to?
I will actually defer to the board on this. I know many times, like the school site visits, there's been a lot of revisions. There's been a lot of discussion about it. I will defer to the board and hear arguments and kind of go from there. I will say that it is a stressful time when board members come on campus, but it's also a stressful time when you have the superintendent or directors come on campus. It's stressful all around. So, but our sites are actually very used to having many people come into the classroom and talk to students and talk to teachers. So I'll kind of defer to the board and allow the individual board members their time.
Thanks, Dr. Velez. Okay, we'll let Ms. Wiersma go, and then I'll go back to you guys, pick you up. And for clarity, Mr. Schwartz, when you speak into the mic, make sure it's on. Somebody texted me saying they can't hear you when you speak. Yep.
So I don't mind at this point if campuses are comfortable with 2 of us and Dr. Velez doesn't feel like another adjustment needs to be made. I am okay with that. I think I've been frustrated in the past with the micromanagement and lack of autonomy. I think some of that needs to be there, but at this point, I've discussed things with Dr. Velez, and I'm comfortable in speaking with her, whether it's an assigned site visit or something additionally. I feel good with where we're at, and I would want that for each board member as well. So for me, I don't really want to debate this at this point because I think I'm good.
Anybody on that side? Okay, so as it stands, there's no consensus to go to one board member per site visit, and we keep it the way it is. Now we're on to general public comments, and to be clear, before I read this out, we had 20 or 17? 20 speakers from the last meeting that I honored before the meeting closed, that we would take all those, if they were here last meeting, filled out the appropriate cards. If you're here now, we will take you at 2 minutes each. We will run through you first, prioritize, because believe me, we want to hear you. Then we will do the second round of public comments for tonight, and we'll see how many we have there. So the first round, we're ready. Oh, but I wanted to ask the board, you guys want to take a 5-minute break before we do that? I think the board's a little 5-minute recess, and we'll see you guys. Thanks for your patience. Okay, I'm going to call us back to order.
I'll just smell.
If everybody could quiet down a little bit, we're going to start calling up the first speaker. Thank you. Lene, if you may.
Okay, first up is Jack Callahan, followed by Zach Weg.
And to be clear, 2 minutes apiece, all 20 speakers, if they're actually here, going back to the last board meeting. Jack, you're first.
Hello. I'm sorry, I have to keep this extremely brief. I have to take my friend home afterwards, but I would like to say that this meeting did run effectively compared to previous meetings that I've attended, and I appreciate that. At the same time, it did feel at times that we were very much dismissed in our voice. Specifically, I did want to address my peer and I, Nathan Barry. We have been working almost exclusively on researching a drug intervention and prevention program and the laws surrounding it for upwards of almost 3 months now with the foundation of our club. We have over 40 members who are willing to help us research this as well. We are very much knowledgeable in this category, and it doesn't feel very great to get our points dismissed invalidly based off of congressional law. We aren't mandated to have one. Like, we won't get in legal trouble for it, but we will lose federal funding under the Drug-Free Schools and Communities Act amendments of 1989 that pretty much states that any school district that receives federal funding must have some sort of drug intervention or prevention program within the district, not to be referred to, but within the district for us to receive continued federal funding. That is at least my interpretation of it. It is congressional law. It can be a little bit vague at times, but that would especially affect some of our programs, like our SPED programs and everything like that are already kind of underfunded. We really need any sort of funding we can get, and the lack thereof of a drug intervention program is kind of disappointing in that regard. But I do thank you for your time, and I do, again, apologize for earlier comments, but I do hope that I can foster a better relationship with each of you, and if you would like to come have a meeting with any of us, part of our club, come to one of our club meetings. We'd be more than happy to welcome you and discuss our topics.
Thank you, Jack. I'm going to recommend Jack as a part of that subcommittee. He's very well spoken, so Jack, they're going to reach out to you. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Zach. Is he not here? No, Zach? Okay. Drew Davis? No Drew Davis. Caroline Hoffman.
Okay. Okay, well, I'm trying to remember what I said, so I'm searching through my notes. And if I have already said this before, that's fine. We'll just get a different angle. I notice I'm no longer on camera. I wonder who decided that. I'd never describe Joe as self-aggrandizing, performative grandstander who talks down to women. I think I've read this before, but I'm okay with it. With the condescending tone he mistakes for authority and delivers overconfident, fact-free takes like he's the smartest person in every room. Who am I kidding? Of course I would. I'm self-aware and emotionally attuned, and I tend to say what others are thinking. Jen, that's why I actually admire your composure on the dais. Your emotions show, mine announce themselves. My face is not subtle. And I'll be honest, it's hard not to notice that when I'm up here, Joe suddenly can't seem to make eye contact. Take that however you want. Maybe he's working on his temper, and if so, genuinely good for him, mental health matters. But it does raise a question. Is this milder version of Joe simply what happens when he's no longer in the power of the presidency? I could point to the recall as evidence he's not universally supported, but since he insists it failed, I'll just say this. Removing him from the seat that calls the shots seems to have made a difference, right, Melinda? Probably shouldn't have put him back. Jen, here's the part that actually concerns me. You're giving full support to a man who will never return it. Joe doesn't treat you like a partner, he treats you like a tool. You're doing the work on the committees he cares about while he can't even bother to show it for the drug awareness committee you built from the ground up. I wish you and Melinda would stop letting him divide you. If you support each other instead of protecting his ego, this board could accomplish real things. And in an election year, being remembered for results matters more than performative moments, which is why I hope you'll support Steve for president. Oh, that's right. Dang, we totally missed that boat.
Okay, Kimberly De La Cruz, followed by Todd Reeves. If he's here. Kimberly De La Cruz is first, followed by, and then, yes, Todd Reeves is next.
At the November board meeting, some teachers spoke very eloquently regarding staff safety and violent students. I, however, am not that congenial, especially when it comes to this topic. For the past 2.5 years, I have been vocal about staff safety when it comes to violent students and Ed Code 49079, along with board policies. I'm glad that teachers are now coming forward, but it's terrifying to know that we have teachers and personnel who have to gear up like they are police preparing for a riot with riot gear. The district and board cannot deny that they did not realize this issue is a district-wide systematic problem, and it's getting worse every day. October 17th, 2023, I addressed the board at public comments. December 12th, 23, TVA surveyed our members. January 29th, TVA shared results with district office SWS personnel. March 14th, 24, follow-up emails sent to and from district personnel, and we were told that an IC report was being created. That report still has not been completed. June 14th, July 3rd, August 5th, 29th, 2024, another email exchange. September 4th, 5th, 8th, 11th, 2024, email exchange with district office personnel. Spring 2025, meeting held with TVA and district office special education personnel. October 22nd, 24th, 28th, November 13th, and December 3rd, 2025, email exchange. December 4th, and supposedly at November, but now tonight, again, here at public comments. To be clear, when I say district office personnel, that includes SWS, district office special ed department, Dr. Woods, Dr. Velez, and Brian Pastor. Mr. Komrosky, you are, Mr. Barham, you were, and now Melissa Anderson, or Melinda, you are on the Safety and Security Workplace Violence Prevention Program Committee. Do you even know how many workplace violence reports have been turned in? As of December 17th, there's been 100.
Thank you.
Okay, Todd Reeves.
This is reclaiming my time from, okay. My second time here. Actually, third time. I didn't get to speak at the last one, but as you all know, I have a daughter from last time I spoke, my first time. She's over at Temecula Valley High School. She's in the SPED program. This wasn't anything that was on my stuff what I was going to talk about today, but I saw today that on the subcommittee for SPED that it was paused, and I'm maybe the only one, I don't know. I'm trying to understand why it was paused. Is any, can you refresh on why it's paused?
Sir, after the meeting, we can come talk to you. Right now, we're not allowed to dialogue. But thanks for the questions, though. Thank you.
Yes. But you can't answer it? You'll have to get back to me?
No, we can't. After the meeting.
Oh, okay. All right. And I'll refrain for my next, because I'm on the next one.
I don't think he's here.
Danny Molina.
Josh Sherlin. Mr. Molina was here earlier, it looked like. He's not here now. Okay.
Greg Langworthy.
Greg is not here. Oh, there he is. There's Greg. All right, sorry.
So I just want to comment on the meeting. Agree with Jack. This was a very well-run meeting, and any well-run meeting is a team effort. It's not just Joseph. Joseph needs cooperation from the team, and he got cooperation from the team. So it was well done. And then you get to hear all the arguments, and that's a good thing. So I heard a lot of good debate back and forth. I do like the clock. I speak a lot at the Board of Supervisors meetings. I'm always under that 3-minute constraint, but it forces you to tighten up your arguments. And you guys did real well. So anyway, thank you for the meeting. Thank you for the dialogue. See a lot of progress. So appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you.
David Sola.
Do we get to go twice? I just want to make sure I don't.
For clarity, I've made this clear that the first round of speakers are the 20 that were here previous meeting, 2 minutes, and then there's a second round. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. So just two things really quickly. I really do appreciate being able to come here as a parent after working all day, running my kids to sports, and then actually going to school myself. So having the comments at the end is really productive for those of us that are trying to be as productive as possible. Obviously, you all are going to do what you're going to do. I'm just letting you know that I do have some good things to talk about, and I really do appreciate the opportunity to come talk about them. One case in point is, Mrs. Wiersma, last meeting you did bring up this action item as an information item that today you went ahead and passed. At that meeting, I did express that I did have some input, and the cabinet did reach out to me, and I did meet them for a meeting. So, Ms. Deus, I really, really appreciate that. Dr. McTisney, I appreciate that as well. We spent some time talking about it. I gave them, I don't know if they were going to use it or not, but I think where you eventually landed on this was better than where it was. So that's all that I can hope for, being in any minority or just trying to be a voice out here in the public, that you'll listen and we will make those adjustments. So I just want to express that to you all. I really appreciate you all calling me to come in because even though I come up here and I say, you're not listening to me, sometimes it's just easy if you just listen. Right? If you take what I give you and do something with it, great. But if you don't, at least you listened. Right? There's like a key point of leadership or something like that. Anyway, I'm not here to school you all, but just wanted to make that one point that there are people that can come here, and if they really care about what we're doing here, like I said, I don't care if we're here till 3 o'clock in the morning. I know you all care, and you'd rather not. But I don't care if we're here till 3 o'clock in the morning. If this is about our kids, if you care as much about my kids as I do, you'll put it for whatever time that I'm willing to come talk to you, and I'm willing to come talk to you whenever. So don't change this just because there are people who are upset about it that don't show up. Come do the work, and if you're not going to meet us where we're at and do the work, then don't come at all. Thank you.
Justin Daly.
No, Justin Daly.
Kristen
nope, we got it.
Hughes.
Are you Justin Daly?
No. Oh, no, sorry.
No, Daly. Okay.
Kristen Hughes. Nathan Middleton. Justin. Nathan Middleton.
Nathan Middleton? No, Nathan?
Cole. Every man.
Cole's not here.
David Hatch. Oopney.
Part of my comments are from last time. I did have a good laugh with my friend Jean after the meeting. So I had promised a book for all of you, and I did get it as a Christmas present. I'm going to hand them over to Mr. Pastor, who will give them to you. And I updated my comments for civility. I'm going to start with, I just learned something new a couple of weeks ago. Just steps from Temecula Valley High School along Ronald Reagan Park, there is a simple plaque marking the loss of 5 innocent lives. People who were on their way to school when a high-speed Border Patrol chase ended in tragedy. This tragedy in 1992 shook Temecula to its core. Emotions were raw, but importantly, the event was not politicized. Instead, it became an impetus for meaningful changes in Border Patrol high-speed pursuit policies, prioritizing public safety over unnecessary risk. At that moment, our mayor demonstrated what true leadership looks like. She worked to calm the community, acknowledging both the essential role of law enforcement and the unacceptable risk posed to the innocent lives by high-speed pursuits for minor infractions. She did not inflame tensions. She centered on public safety and solutions. She then traveled to Washington, D.C. and testified before Congress, members from both parties, calmly and factually. There were no theatrics, just a commitment to greater good. Watching that testimony 34 years later, I felt proud of our city's leadership, unlike this board and our current mayor who provided fodder for late-night comedy. That is civility in action. Tonight, I'm offering you, each of you, the copy of The Soul of Civility. It reminds us that the public service is not merely a position, it is a discipline of character. Civility is not politeness, it is the pursuit of virtue, fairness, and respect, especially when it is difficult. Inside each there's a bookmark, be the change you wish to see in the world. Leadership begins with self-reflection, not domination or weaponizing rules meant to facilitate public participation. Civility is the bare minimum Temecula has had.
Thank you.
Edgar?
Good evening. For December board comments, I was here to support two teachers that were here to talk about how they were or have been injured in class with students due to lack of staffing or support. They are not here today because they were here for that very long marathon meeting and didn't know if they're going to get a chance to speak today. But just to respond to Todd, we did have a subcommittee that was come out from this body that was working on it, and it was suspended as we were working on bargaining a task force language that would be between the two different unions and administration. That's been stalled in bargaining, and we really haven't moved forward with anything. My comments then were supposed to highlight the point that we haven't moved forward, and as we look to build solutions, be collaborative, and be able to give input from the classroom to see what it is, what resources we need, how can we be more successful in supporting students, and so that educators feel that they are successful in their tasks, and so that we don't have the churn that we have right now in SDC classrooms where people leave and we have to start all over again, even providing the support that the people who are still there having a tougher time trying to train new people, new personnel, and new IAs that come in.
Is there an Allison? Justin? Pet row? That.
Excuse me, can we have order out there? Thank you.
All right. I'm a little wore out, I'll tell you, but I do want to say thank you, Dr. K. As other people already pointed out, this meeting has been a lot better than the other ones. So I just wanted to point that out to, I think right there where I'm looking at right now, not to say anything bad about everybody else, but what I'm looking at right now is a strong leadership team. You three right there, I got a lot of faith in you guys. Not saying I don't with you guys. Other thing I wanted to point out that I just noticed while I was here is the superintendent committee or board, you guys are awesome. You guys sit there every day. I'm out here, I can imagine what you're thinking because you're on this board. You guys sit there every day with dignity, with pride in yourself and what you do every day to go to work for this school district, for these teachers, for everybody. Thank you for that, because I haven't heard you guys say anything negative, out of order, or anything. And thank you, because you've been, twice now since I've been here, you've been overlooked. Once whenever they were talking about banning cell phones, and then once again today. If we're really here for our students, we need to stop doing that. Give her a chance to speak. Give her a chance to represent. When all of us, we're all about the same age. When we were in school, there was a lot of things that we didn't get to say. There's a lot of things that people told us to do that were wrong. Foolish, don't get a tattoo, don't cuss. Treat this person different because they wear different color hair, they wear different color clothes. Not knowing that when they went to home, they didn't have their support. That's why they were that way. Stop judging everybody. Give everybody a chance. Out here in the crowd, I hear about unity. Every time I come here, it's this side against that side. Start building unity within our community. You want something to build off of? Respect and unity. That's what you can build off of. I'll save my for next time. Thank you.
Thank you.
And then Dr. Regev. Dr. Regev's not here?
Hi, dear. So we are done with last meeting's public comments. Now we're on to this meeting's public comments. And how many do we have? I'm going to say we have 18. We have Dr. Anderson saying 1 minute. What's the rest of the board think? We have 18 comments. 3 minutes, 1 minute, 2 minutes? I would say 18, I'd go 2 minutes. Be consistent with what we just did. We have board consensus, 2 minutes. Yes.
Jack Callahan, is he still here? Did he leave? He left? Okay. Jennifer San Nicolas.
It's the same people saying the same things. It's just.
I had something else written, and then I kind of did a record scratch in the middle of it to change what I was writing. I was hoping with the advent of a new year, we could see this board act as adults. And then you started talking. I was hoping for no more gotcha moments, no more thinking you are smarter than the average trustee and playing manipulative puppeteer behind the scenes. If you don't want to be here, I'm sure ChatGPT can draft a nice resignation for you. Otherwise, you guys can all act right. You are adults. And then this is kind of where my record scratch moment came in. I saw the treatment of Ms. Chai this evening, and it is shameful. Is it that she's a student, a female, smarter than every trustee here put together? Why is she being silenced? If you think she makes you look bad when she speaks thoughtfully and eloquently, when you silence her, you look even worse when you clearly demonstrate that you have mastered the art of talking down to a woman and you are deeply committed to asserting the authority you think you have on a student board member. If she isn't here to participate, you are wasting her talents because of your dollar store masculinity.
Next up is Danny Molina, which, is he here? No. Okay. Justin? Followed by Jean Femia.
All right, this one's for tonight. Dr. Anderson, last time we were here, I don't want to go into it because it was rough for you, and it was rough sitting there watching you go through it. But one thing that came out of it, I've been coming here. The only reason I'm coming here is because my son's basketball team, and Dr. K, you were there at the meeting when we first met. His coaches got fired. And I said, I'm going to keep coming back here and keep coming back here and keep coming back here. I was never given an explanation as a parent why his coach got fired, okay? Now, when you were here the last time, you said that you had alliances with these two because you were being blackmailed and everything else. I'm not going to get into all that. I'm going to leave it be. I have a question, not a question, but I would like that board meeting that you guys had, a closed board meeting. I like that ruling to be looked at again. And I'm saying that because you were to decide and vote with these two why that coach got fired. We never got told that as a parent, but I know that, okay? And I prayed for you the last meeting, because I saw how you struggled with your choice. And I asked God, because I believe deeply, I have the most faith in God, and I asked him to let you make a ruling, and you made a ruling. He became our president, okay? I'm asking for you guys to look back at that vote, because I don't think it was done right. I think somebody got fired unjustly, and I think it's up to the board to put it back right to our kids that's out there. Just yesterday, my son's, now his JV and freshman coach got fired. For what? We don't know again. So now all three coaches got fired, and we don't know. The second thing I want you to do is I want you to look into the money that the prior coach got from Nike. I want you to tell me what happened to that. What's he doing with it? Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jean Femia, followed by Kimberly De La Cruz.
Good evening. I appreciate the board's interest in reviewing substance abuse programs in our district. As Ms. Diaz noted last month, that's not a big problem here, but instances occur. So we should periodically review current programs and see how to best support our students and our families. Mrs. Wiersma, you talked about drug abuse off and on for several months, and last month you promised to bring options to the board in January. So I was surprised to see that there was nothing on the agenda tonight. 5 months ago, the board refused to renew our in-district drug treatment program. I don't know if any of you have ever had to deal with a child who had an addiction. I hope you never have to. But parents who do need help. They need options. You've taken away the RUHS option that was proven to work and was free to both the district and the families. This program had been in place in our district for the last 2 years, so we have seen it work. You're saying that it's changed, and I'm glad you'll be looking into that if in fact it has. Mrs. Deus was very clear that the district requires parental consent before any student can participate in this program. Parents are included in treatment plans. The program has been 100% successful in our district, and what that means is that 117 students, none of them have reoffended at school. It doesn't mean they won't do that tomorrow or when they get out into the world, but it's 100% successful in our TVUSD. So let's move promptly to find a solution. Mrs. Wiersma, Dr. Anderson, Dr. Komorowski. Parents need an option that is easy to use and free and works. Let's not delay anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kimberly De La Cruz, followed by Upni.
Student struck staff in the face, scratching skin and drawing blood. Student assaulted a teacher and aide. Student grabbed and pulled out an employee's hair. Student punched staff member in the back and ribs. These are some of the examples of trauma that some of our employees have to endure, sometimes on a daily basis. These employees do not get hazard pay, they do not get a stipend, they do not get extra time off for self-care. They are expected to come to work every day not knowing what they will leave, and then pressured to return to work even though they still have symptoms and/or recurring headaches. Employees are asked if they had their protective gear on, as if that's a solution to all these incidents. Now let's talk about PROACT training. It is clear that using the strategy of PROACT are not effective for the more aggressive students. There's also a part of PROACT that talks about self-care, which is not implemented in this district. TVEA has asked for a list of members who are PROACT trained, yet we have not received that information. I know at my site alone, we have 3 administrators and only 1 is PROACT trained, which can create issues when they're not on site, leaving employees to fend for themselves. I also wonder how many of you on the dais or at the DO are PROACT trained, and if not, why not? I guess if you're not trained, then you won't be able to help out in an aggressive or violent situation. Some of these incidents to staff are sometimes by the same student. When personnel are being hit, bit, kicked, and punched over and over, day after day, that is abuse. TVUSD personnel are being abused.
Upni, followed by Sarah Bell.
So I don't know, maybe this is just weird to me. I was orphaned at the age 21, so it is very surprising for me for a grown 50-year-old woman calling her dad to make decisions, who purports to, who says she's representing the community. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's a normal thing where grown women are asking how to do their work. This would be something like, if I was like, I need to manage my employee, I can't make a decision, should I call my aunt to figure out what is going on? If I was hired to do the job, it is my job to complete it. You stood at my door and I explained why I would be helping you. I do not want my name anywhere because I said straight out to you, I want this to be over. I want the board to focus on education. I was very clear about that. I told you very clearly if somebody from the left came up and started doing the same thing that the extremists on the right are doing, I will not support that either. I just told you I will get it. When I wrote out all of the policies and in very detail in an Excel sheet, I did say, please explain to Mrs. Wiersma and Komorowski why this is not, and you took it into full consideration. And when you use terms like, somebody told me the biggest thing you can earn is the respect of your colleagues. When you use terms like dum-dum, and that means you're not considering their viewpoint seriously. I took every point, broke it down, that you should give it back to your colleagues, that you took everything seriously, deliberated on it, and then I did not write it out completely for you. I gave you point-by-point information that why it is a problem. You did not follow any of that, so you wasted my time at that point, and if you were that concerned about their intellectual abilities, then voting them into the thing, I honestly, I am very, very disappointed in you. You've wasted a lot of my time. Thank you.
Okay, Sarah Bell.
Hi again. Families in this district, including myself, feel unheard and exhausted. We feel like some board members spend more time debating politics and personal issues with one another than solving the problems that our students are facing every day. Now we have students attending the meetings, begging you to put them first. It's a new year. Only you guys can repair the damage that's been done, the disconnect between us. We're just asking, I'm asking that you make decisions based on two things: student outcome and student safety. Not personal beliefs, not fear, not headlines. To every student that is here, was here, or is listening online, I want you to know that you matter. You belong in this district. You deserve to be safe at school. You deserve to be respected by adults. You all deserve privacy. You guys deserve dividers in the urinals at the bathrooms. But finally, your education and your safety at school should never depend on if someone agrees with you or who you are based on their personal beliefs. President Komorowski and Mrs. Wiersma, you just said that you prioritize parents and community engagement, but it seems like you prioritize the people that align with your personal beliefs. Some of us here wish you considered us. We want to raise kids that have a robust education, but we're also trying to raise kids with strong personal values while respecting that other families may see the world differently. And last, I was also disheartened to hear there wasn't something much going on with the SPED committee, but we are robust on the dress code committee. So hopefully we can learn more about that at the next meeting. Thank you.
Ron Larson. Is there a Ron Larson out there? Okay. Todd Reeves.
Okay, this time I'm talking not so much for myself, but for the parents who maybe don't want to come because of what's going on in the world today. Right now, there's Gavin Newsom has put through some laws. I don't know if you looked at them regarding education that are active this year, mostly regarding immigration. Said that requires schools to post information about students' rights regarding immigration, enforcement, in administrative offices, and on school websites, helping families understand that all children have the right to free public education. I looked on our website. I don't see anything that says that, so that these families understand that they don't have to be afraid. You talk about attendance, that you make money there. You're going to lose money because these families probably are nervous about bringing their kids to school. I'm hoping that we follow through, so maybe that the website will, and even in the school, will say, don't be afraid, you can come to school. Second of all, provides school officials from allowing entry to federal immigration enforcement agents without a warrant. I know that we don't have that problem right now, but if it does, like they have out in Minnesota, that they have students who are right outside the school are being detained.
Thank you.
Next up is Caroline, followed by Greg Langworthy.
Good thing I read that last one because this one ties in. Last time, Joe, I gave you credit. You seemed less reactive, and I wondered if that was growth or simply because you weren't board president. Now that you're here again, the pattern is back. The reactivity, the condescension, and the misogyny have returned with the title. When you say things like ladies first, it doesn't sound respectful. It sounds patronizing and uncomfortable. Respect isn't performative. Language is how you treat performative language. It's how you treat people when you speak to them. Jen, I'm struggling to understand how you reconcile your own stated values with this behavior. You said students are the ultimate stakeholders. Joe has openly said that he doesn't answer to students. That's not small disagreement. That's a fundamental divide about the purpose of this board. We saw that divide clearly in how our student board member was treated. She attempted to ask a question and was shut down. Joe snapped at her, then later left the room while students were speaking directly to him. Listening to students isn't optional, it's the job. There's also a pattern in how criticism is handled. Joe previously made baseless accusations against Ms. Lash. Tonight, when the room was rightly recognizing her contributions, he felt the need to insert himself rather than simply acknowledge that he was wrong. I didn't come here tonight because it's easy or convenient. My family feels the strain of these meetings like everyone else does, but choosing not to show up is a privilege. I'm aware of the privilege I carry, and that's why I speak out, especially on issues that may not directly affect me. Silence isn't neutral, and it isn't acceptable. And I really didn't appreciate the comments that were made tonight to me. I did speak to the sheriff after I was told that you wanted to kill me. Joe, you directly went and chatted with them, so I can only assume that you're aligned with them, which is disturbing.
Greg,
You know,
excuse me, Greg, followed by Lindsay.
I need to address possible inciting of violence. Nobody made that claim, and we'll talk about this after the meeting with the sheriffs if need be. But this is uncalled for, and I am going to make it clear. No, I have a right to speak on this because this could incite. I have the floor, Mr. Schwartz. This could incite violence. Please don't interrupt. We'll continue this as long as you want to go, Mr. Schwartz. So we'll talk with the Director of Security after this meeting to address this because this is inappropriate. Thank you. Thank you. We'll talk about this after the meeting, or I'm going to put us in a recess. Thank you. All right, thank you. Let's yield the floor to Mr. Langworthy. Your mic, Greg. Oh, just green light it. Jose, is there any way? We're bringing assistance to you, Greg.
There it goes.
Try it and see if.
Okay. How's that? Yep. Okay, so first I'd like to thank Melinda for not an easy year. Thank you for persevering. So I'm going to tell you what I think a scripture relates to all of you. Count it all joy when you encounter various trials, because you know the testing of your faith produces perseverance. And let perseverance have its perfect work, that you may be mature and complete. And I think you guys all persevered, not just Belinda, but all of you. So, and I can see the maturity that comes out of that. So I think that relates to the board. I see so much good coming out of this. And thank you, Joseph, for being willing to take the leadership role. Thank you for Jan, all of you, Emil, and Stephen, even though he's not here, and Melissa. So anyway, I think there's good things
on the way, and thank you for persevering.
Next up is Lindsay, followed by David, which he's not here.
You guys, can we respect the speaker? Thank you so much.
Okay. So I want to start by saying that there wasn't one single item on this agenda tonight that prioritizes student achievement or student learning. It's extremely concerning to me. Second, I heard multiple rhetoric about the intervention program. If you followed Ed Code, which you were sworn in to do, and knew your own board policy, you have to have an intervention program to intermediate when there's drugs and alcohol abuse relating to when we suspend or expel, it goes to the county and those get overturned. There has to be something in place. Whether or not, Mrs. Wiersma, and now you're on the subcommittee, it's RUHS, you denied, and from my understanding, from August of 25 to January of 26, there's 80 plus students that could have benefited from a program like this. That is concerning. You denied those parents the choice to get into something to help them. Okay, I don't know if you've looked. It's very expensive for that kind of treatment. It's $2,000 to $50,000 a month, yet you're more concerned over a bond that costs $2 to $9 a month. I mean, like, where's the disconnect here? What was so appalling to me tonight was there was a beautiful presentation by Nicole Lash regarding Melrose, CFDs, and bonds. You voted for CFDs in the past, so have you, Mrs. Wiersma, yet you voted no. I don't know if you understand what voting no did. You essentially raised the purchase price on those 188 homes that are being built on Washington and Poroy. It's the Amber Valley Lennar homes. I'm very interested in them. You're essentially stealing money from me. You could always change your interest rate. You can't change your purchase price. What you voted no to do would cost me more money. You're stealing money from me. In regards to censures, I know it was pulled. Take it to the ballot box, okay? You guys are not the judges. This is not the jury. The election's in November. Make your voice heard. It's very simple. Don't put them on agendas anymore. We're voting in November.
Edgar, followed by Jen Crum.
So speaking on public comments for today, I'm just going to reiterate what Lindsay said. There was not a lot about school programs happening today, besides students talking about their social stuff that happens. Not anything about any of the departments, any of the directors, anyone telling you what the work that they're doing for us here today. Hopefully you used it well to organize yourself for the rest of the year, and we can focus most of the part about learning about what's happening here in our school district. And it's this pattern that's continued over the last few years, I would say the last 3 years, where we're not able to get anything done that would give a substantive advantage to students, to be able to improve what we do here in our schools, to be able to rise to the challenges that are there, and instead we continue to face the same issues over and over again. We've had teachers come up here and talk about how they need improvements and supports to be able to do their job well and to keep students and themselves safe. And even in that, some people do not even want to report medical within the district, but because getting caught in workman's comp is very difficult to even get treatment. Our district does not release people to go to treatment during work hours. And those places are only open up until 3 p.m. Guess what? Work hours. So if we're going to do something that we really want to change, let's focus on what will create circumstances for our educators and for our students to be successful. Thank you.
Is Jennifer Crum here? Oh, yay. Okay. Jennifer Crum, you're up next, followed by David Sola.
I'm so blind, I'm just going to bring the whole thing up here. All right. Hi. Excuse my casualness. As a CSEA member that is not eligible for insurance benefits, I'm extremely disappointed that you would not approve the summer assistance program. It's quite disgraceful towards our classified members that you would want to use the insurance reserve for anything more than that. I personally don't think it was ever appropriate to use those funds towards anything other than their insurance, which I am left to assume that's what was being done since the district refused to pay for the fees and the time it would take to set the program up. A program that would ultimately be a fringe benefit to the members where they could get a state match up to a percentage of what the employees saved. Apparently, the state sees the value of the classified staff. That money is not a slush fund, it's not petty cash, it's not a savings account for the district. Not knowing how the accounting works, I don't know 100%, but is the district earning interest off of that $900,000? I'm really disgusted by this action. So my other point for tonight is safety for our children. Gary Polhill, the cross-country coach at TVHS, he took children in his personal vehicle during a school-sanctioned event where he decided it was okay for some kids to ride without seatbelts and allowed another student to sit on the floor while they were driven to a trailhead. Not that it matters, but yes, they were on a public road because somebody asked me, well, were they on a real street? Yes, it doesn't matter if he drove across a parking lot or a street. He had children in his vehicle without a seatbelt and somebody sitting on the floor. Investigation to be complete. This person took a risk with students' lives, take child safety seriously. This person needs to be let go. If he stays as an employee here and isn't reported, you're setting that bar. Thank you for your time.
Okay, last speaker, David Sola.
What are the requirements to be elected into the positions that you're sitting? Do y'all know them? They're pretty simple. Got to be over 18, got to live here. There's a couple others in there regarding employment, but that's the gist of it. A little under a year ago, you all sat here and put a list longer than the agenda of requirements for the student board member to meet in order to come up here. And you know what? At that time, I said, man, I disagree with this. I think if you're elected, it should not be something that's a higher level of scrutiny than your own requirements to be elected. If you don't remember it, I'll give you the date. I'll find it. Don't worry. I'll send it to you, and you'll ignore that email too. But my point is this. I actually regret that decision now. I regret that comment because we are blessed to have Melissa sitting up there. And I'm going to tell you this, young lady. I know that you probably just got a note that said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have cut you off. I'm going to tell you this as an adult that watched that happen, and that's the only reason I came down here tonight. I am sorry that you were treated that way. You asked permission to ask a question, and then nobody said anything, which silence is consent in that situation. So you started to speak, and then you were immediately shut down. That's bullshit. You should not have had to experience that, and I'm sorry that you went through that. But let me tell you something else. I am so damn proud of you, and I am so inspired by you because speaking truth to power is difficult. It is hard, and I'm going to be better just because I had that example from you. Thank you, young lady.
Okay, negotiations update. Mr. Arce.
Yes, Dr. Komrosky, our update is that we do have a negotiation session coming up with CSEA. We meet with them this Friday. We also have an ad hoc budget committee with TVA this Thursday, and we'll meet with them for bargaining on February 9th. That's my update at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. And under board comments, yes, and specifically the note that I handed to Melissa was, I know her parents are here, so she's going to be speaking first. And the interruption was not on substance, because we love hearing student voices, especially yours. It was on process. We just thought all the moral deliberation questioning was going to be at the end of the meeting in your board comments. But Dr. Velez will speak to that as well. But with that being said, you have the floor. You have the first board comments, unless you're not prepared, but I think you might be. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Komrosky. I'd first like to apologize for my unprompted question earlier. It was wrong of me to assume that I would be able to speak freely on agenda items as I did all of last semester, and in the future, I will wait for explicit permission. But tonight, I want to ground this conversation in the reality of who we serve. There are many adults in this room, and it may have been a while since you were in high school, so I'll walk you through a single day in my life as a senior in this district. Yesterday morning, I attended AP English Literature, AP US Government, then AP Research. Fourth period, I led a staff of 25 journalists as editor-in-chief of Chaparral's newspaper. That was my last synchronous class of the day, but far from the end of my responsibilities. During lunch, I led a National Honor Society meeting as the president of a 130-member chapter. Fifth period, I spent the hour meeting with another club advisor to plan a cultural event I'm leading. In the 30-minute study hall that followed, I met with another student leader to finalize event logistics. At 3 p.m., I took my first break, briefly, before returning to campus at 3:30 for a mock trial meeting where I serve as captain. At 5, I met with other student board members across California. At 7, I began homework. I'm enrolled in an online AP course, a dual enrollment course, and a concurrent enrollment course, on top of all of my regular classes. I take 8 classes total, with straight A's. So, you might be thinking, that's a lot, and you'd be right, but this is what student life looks like in our district. I am not an exception. Many students are balancing rigorous academics, leadership, jobs, family responsibilities every single day. So when we sit in this room, the question should be simple. Are we prioritizing what students actually need to succeed? Too often, partisan politics find their way into these meetings, and when they do, they pull attention away from what matters. Students do not care about the political affiliation of individual board members. What we care about is whether this board is focused on outcomes. Did you know that in the 24-25 school year, 18 of the 25 AP courses offered in our district posted pass rates that exceeded both state and global averages? That is a clear success, but it should be the starting point, not the end of that conversation. Now we should be asking, what is our plan to sustain that growth? What concrete steps are we taking to support the remaining 7 courses? Student achievement determines whether students feel prepared, whether families feel confident in our schools, whether our district continues to be trusted with students' futures. I'm asking this board to intentionally refocus our discussions on measurable student outcomes. I urge us to evaluate agenda items through just one simple lens. Does this directly improve student achievement? If it doesn't, it should not dominate our time. We are fortunate to have an engaged community, but engagement must not distract us from our core mission. Our responsibility is education. This is a school board, and as the students sitting at this table, I'm asking us to act like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Melissa. And then this one, I'll take any other board member. No specific order. All right, Dr. Anderson.
I usually don't give comments, but I would like to say that my mom and dad are probably some of my best friends, and my dad is a retired district administrator and math teacher, so I do take his opinion seriously. And I know he has my best interest at heart. Besides that, I do want to emphasize again that Riverside Health is available to anyone, that nobody's being denied. Families can call and sign up on their own, and the district can still refer people without an MOU. So I just get frustrated by the misinformation being continually shared. That is about the only 2 things I wanted to say.
Thank you, Dr. Anderson. Ms. Wiersma.
I think that there is a little bit of a disconnect in this room when we bring things to the dais and people feel like that's the only place we go. And I want to point to the discussions that we had about all of the committees and what's done behind the scenes, because student outcome is very important. And we go to closed session and talk about things. We go to committees, we parse things out. We take the 55 topics, 55 or more topics, and try to navigate that throughout the month and the weeks, some more than others. We had a holiday break. So I don't want you to think that where we are tonight is where we begin, start, end. There's a lot more behind the scenes, and I would say that for each board member here. So I think we have to be really careful not to virtue signal and act like this is everything that goes on, because there's so much more. And sometimes there's frustration in that, because obviously we are going to get to getting a program where it needs to be for students. If it's not already there, we're going to take that on. I am deeply bothered by what I'm hearing about reports of safety issues in the classroom. I'm going to ask about urinals. You know, there's other things that we're on top of. I wasn't happy what went down with the basketball team and the coach. Maybe we didn't get to that yet. You know, I can't tell you all the timelines, but I'm telling you, I hear you, and there's many things that we're going to address. I do want to give a shout out to Steve Maxey for inviting the board to the Rocket City Math League contest back in December. He and I have not always seen eye to eye, but I'm telling you, I loved it. I loved seeing him in his element. I loved hearing him say, no calculators, no technology, no AI, it's straight math. Well, that was encouraging student outcome. That was being there to cheer on our students who are excited about math. And I sit on a committee where I'm concerned and I'm asking questions. So I certainly appreciate and respect Melissa and what she shared. Wow, her schedule is incredible. And I just want to say we are blessed to have you. But I think we each play a part too. And I just want us all to recognize that we're each here for a reason. And I think we want to value that. This next year, I'm looking to additional areas of focus. I'm so excited about CTE development and expansion. Let's talk about trades. Not every kid's going to go to college. Obviously, you know, watchdogs and safety is an issue. Bringing dads on, family engagement, that's so important. Seeking academic excellence, yes. I think that we need to look to bring those things to the agenda. And I think when we report out on committees, you're going to hear that happen. So 2026 is just getting started. I want to thank Dr. Komrosky for his leadership tonight. It is tough to come back in. He's done a great job. Thank you to Dr. Velez. I do value each person here. So thank you for being here in the room tonight.
Give me Ms. Wiersma. Mr. Schwartz.
Yes, thank you. Lindsay, I have to correct one thing you said. We did approve a textbook for the Holocaust Studies class. So we did do something for kids tonight. And I also have to say, I did put 2 items on the agenda for kids. One was making them the number 1 priority in speaking. And the other was Board Policy 9200, which focuses on students. I had a whole speech prepared about unity and working together and starting anew, and maybe we could, that's not gonna happen, sorry guys. I will read you a couple of things from the reports I got from CSBA about different issues. This is about Mahmoud. The bottom line of Mahmoud in plain English: Mahmoud versus Taylor does not invalidate California's inclusive curriculum. It does require districts to allow narrow religious opt-outs. California districts can comply without weakening LGBTQ protections. Well-drafted policies protect students, parents, teachers, and boards. Fair Education Act still applies. It includes LGBTQ people and families, reflects diversity in history and social studies, promotes respect and inclusion. This is from the Benitez, what was decided, and even though it's suspended, this is what Benitez found before it was appealed. Teachers have First Amendment rights and cannot be compelled to affirm or conceal a student's gender identity. School policies that chill teacher speech or threaten discipline for not using preferred pronouns were constitutionally suspect. The district could not retaliate against teachers for raising concerns about parental notification. And finally, I'm going to repeat what I read about one of our attorneys, because I think this is important. When the case came up during a panel at California School Board Association, Anthony DeMarco, a partner in the firm, said, "It crosses a line. Certified employees should not be able to opt out." That's not what the decision said. And I don't think that that attorney should be dealing with these issues on the board. He could deal with other stuff, but I think the fact that he has a personal opinion and stake in this should preclude him from being part of those decisions. And I also want to thank Mrs. Lash for the financial update, and I do want to thank the people on our cabinet, Mrs. Dias, Mr. McKesney, Mr. Arce, Dr. Velez, for the great work they do. Thank you.
Okay, so on January 15th, I will go on my first risk assessment with our Director of Safety and Security at Nicholas Valley. I will also be doing risk assessments at the middle and high schools. The purpose of these risk assessments is to tighten operational procedures as well as physical security and safety measures. These audits are meant to inform so that our district keeps students safe as we get better and better. It is what we call a continuous cycle of improvement, and it applies not only to how we look at our academic and instructional programs, but to safety and security as well. I'm very happy because one of the things that I campaigned on a year ago was intervention opportunities for our kids, and it looks like we are going to have summer school for our middle school kids, more than likely. If that can come about, which I think it will, that's going to be a big step because we haven't had summer school for our middle school kids in years. So I'm also working on what's called an algebra companion class so that we can introduce it to the high school kids as a companion to Algebra 1. And it will follow the same curriculum, but it will focus on remediation in math for struggling students. So hopefully we can get that across the finish line. I want to assure the community that the district will be working with both associations to formally reestablish the Special Education Subcommittee. This item has been going through the bargaining process, and it is my understanding that the district has a draft memorandum of understanding for their review. So this is very close to being formalized as a standing subcommittee for staff to develop relevant issues such as student and staff safety. I also talked about, when I first came on, reducing the number of students on the wait list for BASES, which is our before school and after school programs. I talked about that and worked with Mr. Arce a little bit and worked with Amy Rinkin to bring the high school kids into the hiring process so that we could have more staff and reduce the number. Well, I'm happy to say that we're in the single digits on the wait list now. It's taken a while, so thank you to Amy Paradise for making that happen. I really want to get to a place where we all have an understanding of Robert's Rules of Order, because I think that that's really important for this board in order to function well. And I'm hoping that, I think that there's some misunderstandings as far as those things are concerned, and hopefully we can clear those up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Barr.
Good job.
To 6, I'm open to taking Mr. Schwartz's idea on the next one being the junior soccer team, something about that. But this is a shout out for more student clubs to get represented and get in here so we can hear you lead us. Number 2, I got to go to the state-funded Love to Learn preschool at Temecula Elementary School. It was really cool to see Amy Paradise, the director there, do the grand opening, ribbon cutting and all that. Really excited for those parents and those students for that new resource. I was going to direct this to Melissa, so not to crack or not to break the camel's back because of all that you've done, but just a quick question. Are you on a speech and debate team? Yeah, that's what I thought. So I'm going to recommend that you pursue that. Just a shout out to Mount SAC. Our forensic speech and debate team is #1 in the country 2 years in a row. All community colleges, #1. And there's a certain caliber of student that is really good with debate. You're one of them. So long after you get accepted by Harvard and Yale, or maybe even considering on your way out, and I'm sure your parents are like, no, not one more thing, speech and debate. Maybe consider it. Number 5, Student of the Month. I just want to give a shout out. I love doing that. Did that in December on the 11th. Chaparral High School, Sophia Lopez. Great Oak High School, Abigail Huth. Rancho Vista High School, Tony Figueroa. Susan H. Nelson High School, Emmeline. Temecula Valley High School, Caitlin. One of these, I think it's Chaparral. I might be wrong. Sophia, sorry, not Chaparral. Great Oak High School, it might be Abigail. She wants to become a combat medic in the Army, and I'm like, oh my gosh, talk about not going the college route, but going the military route. I was in the military as well, and I thought, wow. I talked her out for the meeting. My dad, he was a retired command sergeant major. He was a combat mech in Vietnam, and I just put it in her head. I was like, you might want to go one step further and go airborne, maybe 82nd, and I'm sure her parents are like, not jumping out of planes, but I thought it was really cool. Can you imagine a combat medic? That is the most dangerous job you can think of. So shout out to all the students for their excellence. They were voted in by their peers to get represented at those meetings, and they're a gem. And I think, yes, last but not least, I can't wait for all the site visits coming up, and I'd like to double up with some other board members. That bylaw didn't get changed, so I love doing that. Thank you all for having patience with me tonight. It's been a minute since running the meetings, and I appreciate the board helping me along as we had what I would think a more smooth meeting. Dr. Velez's time. My mic's dead.
We're sharing. So I first want to express my sincere appreciation to our site administrators, teacher, and our classified staff for their engagement in Monday's professional development. I think after the holiday break, parents were so excited to get their kids back on Monday, but it was a professional development day. And so it was a productive day, really focused on student success criteria and meaningful differentiation with professionalism and collaboration across all roles was really evident. So I just want our classified staff, our teachers, and our administrators to know that your work does not go unnoticed. I also want to acknowledge that January is Board Appreciation Month. I think you all have cards that are signed by district staff, as well as the most delicious salted caramel cookies from Great Harvest. It's an opportunity to recognize the role of the governing board, including our student board member as well. I think you have cookies as well. And the significant time and responsibility that service in these roles really require. I appreciate the board's work as a governing body and maintain committed as the new superintendent to supporting the board and fulfilling the role while maintaining those clear professional governance in service of our student, staff, and our community. I also appreciate the board members taking the time to meet with me individually prior to tonight's board meeting. We spent a lot of time together in the last week and a half, particularly yesterday, in those conversations to support clarity and effective governance. To our student board member, Ms. Chai, I also want to share that I, along with Dr. Komrosky, will be reaching out to meet with you. Our intent is to provide clarity and understanding around your role and the important work associated with what you do as an elected student board member, and ensure that you feel supported and that you feel that you can contribute to the work of the board. So I'll be reaching out to you about that. And lastly, I would also like to extend an invitation to everyone here and everyone that might still be watching. It's 10:57, so I'm not sure how many we have left. But we are going to actually, in our district, hold our very first State of the District. And so we're actually titling it, We Are TVUSD, A Journey to Excellence. It's going to be held on Monday, March 9th at the Golden Bear Theater at Temecula Valley High School. The reception will begin at 5 p.m., followed by a presentation at 6 p.m. Everyone is welcome, and I would truly love to see see members of our community there as we reflect on where we've been and where we're headed. And just a heads up to all of our board members, you will be playing a small role. I'll be reaching out to you in terms of what that looks like. But with that said, thanks to our governing board, I also want to thank my executive cabinet team for their hard work. This is our first meeting as a brand new team, and also Miss Anna Seabar for all the prep that made tonight possible. And with that said, everybody have a wonderful evening.
Okay, future agenda items. Oh, let me see. Sorry, we're sharing the mic. Future agenda items, an information report will be provided in February 2026 in the following items: VAPA overview, facilities report, facilities master plan review, projects update, and maintenance and operations. And would anybody like to add something to future agenda items or let the board know that you're going to do so? Okay, so I will be adding to the future agenda board policy, board bylaw 9271 code of ethics. I'm going to update that. It's outdated since 2018. I referenced it tonight, but I'm going to be bringing that. And with that, announcement of the next meeting, the Governing Board of Education is scheduled for what? February 10, 2026. The meeting is adjourned on Thursday, January 13, 2026 at 10:59 p.m. Thank you and good night.